What's going on? What's going on? Fuck!
GrammTheGibbon.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
Jigsaw.
What do you want with me? Why are you doing this?
GrammTheGibbon. You have spent your whole life looking at silly little animals in cages and laughing at them for all the world to see.
No.
Bingo, you will be the silly little animal in a cage.
No!
Broadcast for all the world to see. Welcome to the 21st century of gaming. GrammTheGibbon.
Why?
Would you like to play a game?
What kind of game?
My game. Beside you is a television. Hooked up to an Xbox 360. Don't attempt to break them. Or else the room will fill with 10,000 of the finest venomous millipedes that I've been growing. My very, very beautiful children have been starved for the past 24 hours. And they are extremely hungry.
What do I have to
There's
do? What
only
game do I
one
have
way
to
out
play?
of this room.
What's that?
In front of you, there is a box with a combination code.
I see it.
Opening that box will let you open a key. Open a lock attached to your chain.
How do I open the box?
Something at the end credits of the game will reveal the code to the door.
Okay.
You must play this game by game.
What game? What game are we
Find
talking
the
about?
combinations you seek. Saw for the Xbox 360.
Ooh. Can you put one of those bear traps on me instead?
No, you would not be able to handle the bear trap puzzle.
Saw on the Xbox?
And that would... I really want to stream this one. Yes, Saw on Xbox. What's the problem?
Is it between this and dying?
I ate my 10,000 millipedes.
Ugh.
Venomous millipedes starved. You can see photos of them in that packet of photos to your left.
Duh. Okay, I believe you. Mr. Jigsaw, I believe you. I'll play your game! And I'll beat your game too! And I'll beat it too, Jigsaw!
If you don't, it will be at least 6 weeks before anyone checks this rule.
Okay. Okay, I'll play the game. I'll play the game.
Hello chat, welcome to the first ever live streamed Saw.
There's a
I'm
chat?
Jigsaw. Yes, there is a chat. It was part of your punishment.
Can I see the chat too?
There is a tiny screen behind a lever.
I see it.
In the home entertainment system that is holding up that monitor.
I can almost reach it. I got it. I got it.
Hello, Detective Tap. I want to play a game. Your obsession with catching me has robbed you of your life and the lives of others.
So I'm kind of like in this position right now. So this is like a game about the games that you play?
This is Detective Tap. He's a man that's become so obsessed with me that he has fallen out of love with his wife and been an absent father.
So is he like
So
a movie
I'm
guy?
kind of punishing him for that. Here's the reverse bear trap, which chat, it wasn't actually my idea necessarily. After my movie, the movie I made about me blew up, I really developed a great appreciation for a lot of artists I was working with.
Fuck! The keyboard popped up.
This was actually, the idea for this reverse bear trap was given to me by Steve Harvey, based on what one of the guests on Family Feud had said to him behind the scenes. You have to hit the X button.
I know I have to hit the X button. The fucking keyboard keeps popping up. Oh, that's not good.
See, you got killed in the game. Fortunately, this is working on a timer. Normally, I'd just release the scorpions if you'd failed.
Okay. Oh, I have to press the B button. I see what you did. You have things on the actual thing itself.
Yes. Could you move the mouse off the screen?
Sorry. Okay. Okay, Jigsaw, what do I do?
360 is hooked up to that monitor.
Unfortunately, it seems like...
How you have to solve the puzzle.
Hold on. It seems like whenever I move the thing around, it's gonna show the cursor on the screen. There's nothing I can do about that, Jigsaw. All right.
Okay, can you solve the first puzzle in my game?
Okay, there's a combination lock.
Combination lock, just like the ones with you in that room.
Wait. What? Why can't I close the door and then bolt it behind me? What kind of mechanic is that? Jigsaw. Can you give me like a hint or something? Is that something that you do?
You have 8 hours to defeat this game.
Okay, I was just wondering if you could give me a hint. Oh, 1! Wait a minute.
So there's a mirror.
What if I close the doors? Okay. Oh! Okay, I figured it out, Jigsaw. I figured it out. 4, 3,
This is
7.
just the first puzzle in this brilliant adventure.
So is the rest of the game like more of this? Because this is kind of...
Rest of the game only gets crazier from here on.
Okay, because that's just a, you know, as like the introduction to your game, that was not a very strong start.
Well, I wanted to get the player used to the idea that they're gonna have to solve puzzles and also escape devious traps.
What's this? What's this on the TV screen?
It's another game I'm running in the game.
You're running other games in the game? Are you running another game in my game?
Well, this game I made. Wait, listen to me here. I did all this. Isn't that sick as hell? I suggest you hurry.
Listen, this guy in black dropped something in one of those toilets.
Do I have to save him? Is that like a mandatory thing?
It's the objective in the top left.
You were trapped. Search the toilet for the fuse before you pass out from pain.
It is also introducing a new game mechanic.
Is the new game mechanic digging through toilets?
Yes, the new game mechanic is digging through toilets. I got this idea from Stephen Molyneux. We met at a mixer for the BlackRock Capital Fund. Well, you got the key, or thing.
That was it?
Oh yeah, you also get electricity in this game.
So, like...
Are you barefoot? Oh shit, luck.
I mean...
That glass is gonna hurt. You aren't getting my shoes.
Oh, now here's another mechanic. I was really proud of this one. I beat David Cage to the punch on this.
I did play,
See, walking across the glass hurts you.
I did play Heavy Rain, and in that game, you do have to, like, walk and crawl and drag your body across glass.
Yeah,
What
I
year-
did it first.
Well, what year did Heavy Rain come out in?
Look, search that cabinet, search that cabinet.
The screen is so dark. I can't see anything.
Did you
Hold on.
hear that guy running around?
Did I hear the guy running? I have a single busted headphone in my ear. I'm gonna have to raise the brightness to the max. Am I supposed to be able to see what's going on the screen? It is
Yes.
very...
Have you tried adjusting your monitor's brightness?
You know how hard that is? Ah! Ah! Couldn't give me a pillow or something?
It would give you 10,000 millipedes.
No, I'm never mind. Never mind. I'm fine. Your settings. That's
Okay,
not
chat.
helping at all.
What are we thinking of this new format? Because I really think this could revolutionize my death games.
I can't see what's going on the fucking screen.
But it's part of the game.
I don't have it. The cop tap has it.
So how did you do this, Jigsaw? Did you hire a team or something, or
I worked,
this is a...
Yeah, I worked together. Me and Stephen Molyneux basically spent a weekend together in Cabo, and we really hashed out most of the details. See, in this part, we thought we were on the beach and we were just drinking this great blue drink the resort had. And we were just thinking, damn, life is so great. It's so wonderful. And at the core, Saw's always been about appreciating life, right? So we want to ask the question, will you appreciate your life? See, there's the pig man, who's like, basically, I got the idea of the pig man. I was talking to Seth Rogen. We were meeting at a MasterCard mixer in 2004. And we just got to talking about how shit follows you around. And, you know, we got a bit wild, you know how Seth is. And so we got thinking, like, what if there was, like, a pig freak that was like literally following you around.
So is that why a pig guy attacked me earlier today?
Yeah. Yeah.
I see. What is the pig guy like?
Nothing personal. I'd grab something quick though if I was.
Like, does he symbolize something or?
See, there's a lot of games going on. And sometimes you've got to go up against guys who are doing their own thing. And sometimes they just run to the room and break your leg and run off. I thought that was just a great idea. So by giving you this kind of reduction in ability, it kind of makes using a lead pipe to beat a homeless man better.
But that doesn't really feel like a jigsaw game, right? I mean, I've seen some of the movies, right? I haven't seen all the movies, but isn't the point of like that? Isn't the point of Jigsaw that?
Oh shit! Yeah, remember his head got blown up. We mocap that in Toronto. I was working with THQ at the time. They were coming off the old Dawn of War games, and they just got all into mocap early. So I went up there for a few days, 3 days, Monday, Wednesday. They showed me the sites. You got that one. And we ended up in some bar. And we were just drinking Mai Tais. And we just thought we should film a bunch of mocap of heads getting blown up. Just for stuff we want to use in the future. I mean, we decked the fucking studio. And they fucking loved that idea. So we busted it out.
Oh man.
See, the reason something's stuck in her lung here, because me and Stephen Molyneux were out in Paris, and he got this awful pate with pickled capers on top of it. And we're eating dinner. We're a few glasses of champagne in. And he just starts coughing. He's choking. Stephen Molyneux is here dying at my dinner table. And I'm just like a little puppet. So I reach my hand in there and I just grab it out with the little caper. And that idea just came to me.
Wait, you're actually the
See,
little
you
puppet?
gotta get the key out of her lung here.
I have to get the key out of my own lung? I thought other people wanted the key out of my lung.
No, it's in her lung.
Oh, I needed... Who?
Oh, yeah, you got a key in your lung. You gotta...
Okay, I gotta do a puzzle.
You gotta do a lock-picking game. So I got the idea from this lock-picking game. So when I partnered with the company, and I'm not gonna say their name because things ended bad between us, and I don't want to drag them into it. But when I partnered with the company, I went back and played a lot of games, you know, because I'd never been a huge gamer. I got my start in show business and movies. So I went back and I played the original Thief games. I thought that puzzle is so elegant.
But it doesn't really feel like a jigsaw thing, right? What if the character didn't know how to lockpick stuff? Right? Is he just stuck there forever?
Well, that's why there's the lockpicking notepad that tells you how to lockpick.
I guess. I'm just saying there's a lot.
See that little flash of blood at the end there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... having the blood come through the model, really, that was Michael Mann's idea.
Who's Michael Mann?
I know everyone thinks of him as like a realistic guy, but he actually loves that surreal stuff.
What did Michael Mann work on before?
If we could not help the guy on testing with the game, we're trying to put this guy's soul to the test. We need you guys really need to not be assisting him here.
Look, I'm really confused on, like that right there. Why did those guys die? Isn't your whole thing supposed to be that?
You didn't even listen to the whole puzzle. You need to listen. Hey, there's a puzzle. It's a puzzle game.
Ah, okay. So I killed that guy. That wasn't you that put that guy there to murder. Okay. So that's my fault. You're saying that's my fault. That other guy wasn't dead.
I forget. It's been a while.
Wait!
Right, yeah, they're alive. You aren't even trying to solve the puzzle.
I'm trying to solve the puzzle. I'm trying to solve the puzzle. The game is buggy.
You need to look around the room for clues.
The game is finicky. The game is finicky.
The game's not buggy. This game rocked. It was awesome to work on. I met so many cool people.
The game is finicky. I wanted to read the toe tags, by the way. That's what I was trying to do. I wanted to read the toe tags. But the game kept making me slice people open.
Different areas.
It's right next to each other. It's the one guy that I didn't fucking kill. So I bet you're gonna blame it on me.
You're pretty good at them rooting around in the guts game.
Thank you. I just want to know how those people were supposed to survive, right? Like, just like consistency from your kind of like manifesto. Isn't it supposed to be that you have the chance to survive from if like you prove that you have the willpower to do so? Those guys were just kind of like there. They were at my mercy. Oh!
They all have to learn their lesson.
What does that sound?
See, that guy was crippled by self-doubt.
That guy was crippled
So
by
I
a
said, you
curb
better
stomp to
kill
the
this guy
head.
with a pipe. What's up? You didn't even read the note.
I'm supposed to read these notes, man?
There's a little girl with polio.
My name is Rose. I'm 8 years old. My mommy says I have polio. Polio is bad. I have it worse than Uncle Jack. He can still walk, though he seems drunk. So I am now in this machine. Are you laughing? Did you laugh, Jigsaw?
No, I just... That's a bit of my own life I've inserted into this game. I struggled with getting very sick when I was a child. It persists into my adulthood. I just have a dry cough for a lot of the winter seasons. It sucks because antibiotic doses are tuned for people who are like little puppets, so it really took the popularity of Saw to get me to a point where I could, afford to see a specialist who really understood.
So you are just the puppet? I thought you were like an old guy with
Man.
cancer.
No, that's the actor. That's an actor.
I see. They just used him for the action scenes?
Yeah, he's just an actor for when it didn't need to be a little puppet.
In the movies, is that actually you, the little puppet on the tricycle?
Yeah, I'm the guy in the movies.
You actually played yourself?
Yeah, it was a great opportunity. I moved to LA. I got sworn into the Screen Actors Guild. Yeah, oh man, that first movie. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun, especially off the camera. But when it was time to work, we worked.
So, ever since the Saw series kind of wrapped up, have you had any work, or have you just been?
Well,
It's
up
been a
until
while
this most recent one.
Right.
No, Saw just came out.
I mean, yeah, there was
There's a new
new
one.
ones, but there was like a
I'm in it.
10-year gap, wasn't there, between Saw 7 and
Yeah, but I was getting residuals then. I also played, I went into real estate as soon as I could afford to.
Can you give me a hint
Because
on
when I
this?
was running the games before the movies, before anyone was really noticing, it was really operating at a loss,
Yeah. Did you get any were you able to get any other kind of puppet work, like puppeteering work?
it was really difficult because setting up these elaborate death games was really just taking most of my time.
Right.
I did work at Payless Shoes.
Was that before you made it big? That was your job while you were still trying to break into movies?
After the first Saw movie, I basically became an actor full time.
Right.
The sale of the story was really the big money. You gotta find the key.
I feel like I've looked all over for the key.
Do you have the key in your inventory?
No, because the door says it's sealed. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing.
Those notes might contain valuable information.
They don't look like they do.
So if it's sealed, you can't go through it.
Right, yeah, yes. I know. It just...
Cool. Can you get back into the operating room?
Back into the operating room? Wait. Oh, yes, yeah, the operating room. I'm super lost, man. I'm super lost. I wish...
I tried to signify that it was a puzzle by putting a puzzle piece on the door.
Of course. Are there hints in this game? Or is there an objective list or something?
No. I really want you to get to the next section.
I also want to get to the next section. I don't want to die to millipedes. I'm just confused on what I'm supposed to be doing here. I found the key. I left the room, right? I walked through here. Wait, was this before or after? Fuck, now I don't remember.
Did you check the guy's body?
Oh.
This was after. Oh, you got the key. Good.
Yeah, I had the key the whole time. Okay, that was how much time did I waste doing that?
Okay.
Am I...
Well...
Oh!
You did waste, 10 minutes on that.
I did waste 10 minutes on that. How long is this game?
That brutality, This game's about 7 hours long.
So I only have an hour of wiggle room? What is happening?
Yeah.
This headphone that you gave me is cutting out, by the way, every 2 seconds.
Paul Thomas Anderson actually thought of having that in blood there. There's a story behind it, but I promised him I wouldn't go into it.
So, have you worked with any other kind of famous puppets, or... You know any other ones? Do you know the,
I was in... Oh... Bit of a sore topic.
Bit of a sore topic? Why would that be a sore topic?
It's we're all... I'm a lot different from other puppets, right?
How so?
They're mostly in kids stuff. The Muppets are all pretty old. It's all just different circles. I mostly hang out with movie people. I'm really the Muppet guy in the movies. The puppet guy.
You know what puppets? You know which puppets I really like? I really like those Jeff Dunham puppets. Do you know the Jeff Dunham puppets? Those guys rock. Those guys are probably my favorite puppets.
No, I was never really a stage actor.
You never met the Jeff Dunham puppets?
No, nah. Like I said, different circles. I did meet Adam Sandler a few times.
What's he like in real life? I heard that he's actually like a really good guy in real life.
So yeah, so Seinfeld actually does these crazy parties when he's in LA.
You said Seinfeld?
So we were at a Seinfeld party,
Right.
and we were, oh my gosh, we were in the pool about 8 Miller Lights deep. The drink is always some crazy ironic thing. It's the funniest shit.
Right.
So we were drinking Miller Lights, and we had both drunken like 8 Miller Lights. And we were just, talking about life. And he said, I'm going through a hard time right now. My mother actually has this, like, thing in her lung. And that's where I got the idea for this sequence. Because I wanted to, like, heal through my art in those days. That was my like outlet, my way to make the world better.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening.
I thought, like,
very
since I
uncomfortable.
had such a platform, I could like put that into my game.
Right. Are these just bombs on strings?
Yeah, don't walk into them. They're gonna go off unless you solve the puzzle. Sometimes you have to look at a problem from a completely different perspective.
All right, so gun, not.
See, I love this opera.
I feel
love
like there
getting
was
to
no.
talk to the player in these segments. Because Jigsaw's always distant in the movie, but like having a bunch of audio logs really gave like a hanging out sort of feel to it all.
Lies in its pieces. Sometimes you have to look at a problem from a completely different angle. You really had to chain my leg to my hands? That's like 99% of where the discomfort is originating from, by the way.
Otherwise, you would just be able to walk out.
No, but I'd still have my hands chained to something.
I found if you only chain 2 limbs,
right?
People these days are pretty equipped to eventually break them.
What do you mean? I don't. What do you mean by that? Fuck.
Well, like,
I'm so uncomfortable.
Everything's gotta escalate, right? And everyone's seen my first movie. And they've all developed, like, ways to survive it, you know?
Right.
Like, people are always coming up to me at parties and telling me how they would have gotten out of the trap. And it's like, that's not how I do the traps. You would... Like, the trap is tailored to the person.
Right. You know, I've seen those videos.
Here,
have you seen the How to Beat series? There's a YouTube channel called How to Beat, and he makes these videos that are like, oh, how to beat all the jigsaw traps and stuff like that. I think he's onto something, man. I really love those
See,
videos.
I gave you a bit of power to see like wires in the dark.
Wait, did I
That was
accidentally go to the right
actually.
one and... Oh!
Well, now you need to solve the rest of the puzzle. But yes, you did guess it.
This headphone is like super cutting out, by the way. I can only really hear every once in a while.
Oh, don't worry. All you need to do is beat this game.
So what were you saying about the about those videos? I think those videos are good. I like watching, you know, how I would beat all these things, right? A lot of it I realized is like preparation stuff, right? Like he's going in assuming he has like any prep time.
Yeah, no, when I get you, you're not prepared. I don't put in the movies how I actually got the people. They had the actor do that. I've seen those how to defeat videos, and I gotta tell you, I have thought about putting that guy in a death game a few times, but it's like he's so high profile.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
And like on the off chance he does beat the game, I would never hear the end of it. Like it's just it's something I just don't want to touch. Like critics and creators should not intermix in my philosophy.
It sounds like you watch a lot of YouTube. Am I correct about assuming that?
No, really people only show me his videos at like parties and stuff. Oh, this puzzle's a classic. I love this one. You gotta light up all the lights. It really gets into your head, doesn't it? It's a really multifaceted puzzle. And there's actually a lot more going on there thematically than most people realize. Yeah, Marginal Martyr. Back when the first few movies were getting made, I went to a lot of parties. It was great because it was like a networking event, but also just hanging out with some real-ass people, like other people who have just, like, done something. It was great. But eventually, like, I realized that so many of the people there, like, I don't know what changed or if I changed, but I just started seeing so many fake people, like, everywhere. Just clout sharks, just people you didn't want around. Yeah, I love those bombs next to the doors. Funny thing, those were actually Neil deGrasse Tyson's idea. We met at a Comcast party, and we just got talking. It was great to get scientist perspective on my games, because he was just like, I would just have a bomb that falls next to your head. The average human reaction time is 0.27 seconds, he told me. So like most people, you could effectively filter out the most good or bad people by seeing who had a fast reaction time.
Well, how does that filter out whether or not they're good or bad? I don't get that. I'm not following you there.
Well, it's like it would be like a test for a guy who thought he was fast. Maybe a guy who had become slow through like some grievous injury he'd suffered. Oh yeah, so here you gotta shut the door and then put a box in front of it. This mechanic was actually an idea I got from playing Super Mario Brothers 2, because when you pick up the onions in that game, you can throw them at shit. But like I thought, what if you could impede other things? I wanted to include a send up to it in my game. So that mechanic is a send up to Super Mario Brothers 2.
So, were you always really big into video games? What kind of...
No, not until I got to make this one. I was always, you know, I'm from the film scene.
Right. Oh.
So, this guy, Detective Tapp, he's feeling guilty because he cared more about catching Jigsaw than saving his partner. So now he needs to, find his partner's badge. I think you can install the fuse there.
Yeah, I needed to grab the fuse from the other room.
Now shit's on over there.
Oh, 579.
579. See, and that was your dead partner's badge number. But you didn't even bother remembering it, because you're like so obsessed with catching me, and that's when the pig guy shows up.
So what's with the pig guy, right? Why a pig? Does that... Because you already have, like, a mascot. You already have, like the puppet guy. Why did you decide that you also needed...
Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen, we were kind of, you know, loopy at the time. So we were being a bit silly, and I guess that's just part of the silliness that kind of leaked in. But it's kind of fitting for, like, what it represents, you know?
What do you mean? What does it represent?
You know, we were talking about how shit just, you know, follows you through life and knocks you on your ass. And then I was also looking for a way to have, like, the character in the video game have to wake up in different crazy places. And I was also looking for, in the movies, like a guy who wasn't a little puppet and could do some on-screen action. So now you've got to do surgery.
I've seen puppets do on-screen action before, though. I've seen the Chucky movies.
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy that can, like, run around and do stuff.
Chucky has a much stockier build. He's not a puppet. He's a toy. He can get thrown around. I don't want to say I'm delicate, because I'm certainly not, but you know, I can't give away everything. I can't fight how I fight on the streets, on the screen. Okay, so now you gotta use a dialysis machine to keep your toxin levels that
I have no clue what's going on.
there's supposed to be a bunch of
Please let me go.
different colors. Oh yeah, so now you've given her red?
I don't
You've got to
understand
keep
what's
the
going
level
on.
of toxin and antidote in your bodies
Yeah,
like
but can you explain
balanced
to me?
out, right?
Right.
So red is antidote and blue is toxin.
Okay, yeah, but
Can you look around?
not really. Oh, there's lights.
Look down. Oh, there we go. So those tubes at the bottom are going to fill with the stuff,
Right.
I think. But you need to keep your eyes on the heartbeat monitors.
Am I supposed to be able to, like, rotate those, or?
There's one where you learn by doing, you know? So they've got
Oh.
a specific thing they do.
I see. Okay.
Like look how the little things are positioned, because they're gonna toggle when a thing goes through them. So you gotta like give her blood and antidote.
Am I able to switch?
Well, because like if it goes in on the right, it's going to your body
Let me go.
or something.
So am I supposed to give myself toxin? I don't...
No, you're supposed to keep the levels balanced.
Oh, wait, alright, so I'm supposed to give her red, and I'm supposed to get the blue? Oh, she died.
Yeah, I think
I
you're
died
supposed
too.
to give her red and yourself blue.
Okay. This is just a very confusing puzzle. It's like a pachinko-esque puzzle. I just don't really get it.
Yeah, so
Fuck.
I actually came up with this puzzle when I was hanging out with Wolverine,
With Wolverine?
Hugh Jackman. We were hanging out. We met up Santa Monica. It was crazy. No one recognizes him in public. And so we were just going to all these places being treated like we were fucking tourists. And it was so great. And we were drinking these cheap margaritas at this little tiki place down by the beach. And we were just talking about how you need to like keep your water levels up when you're drinking as heavily as we were, because otherwise you're just gonna get real fucked up. So we thought, I thought, like, what if there was a machine where you could put poison and good into your blood? Because you need a balance of both. If you only drink water, like, you'll die, but if you only drink alcohol, you'll also die.
Hey, Jigsaw, this puzzle's kind of fucking brain dead. I just have to alternate what I'm doing, and it'll always fall in the right place.
I mean, it fooled you.
Boy, it fooled me because you didn't fucking explain it.
Yeah, you have to solve this puzzle for babies on your own.
But it's just very... It was literally just alternate stuff.
Yeah, but now there's like 2 on that one.
Stop it, please.
Look
Oh,
at this.
oh, there's
This is
2
gonna
on
get real
this.
fucking nuts.
Okay.
So what are you
Alright.
gonna do here?
Fuck. I'm gonna continue to alternate it.
Hurry.
Well, God's
Alright, that was-
fire. I do work out every day. I've got a wonderful trainer, Philippe. Shout out to Philippe. He helps me keep me looking my best.
What is your like daily regimen? I've been looking to kind of lose a little bit of weight.
Well, I start with squats. And then I move to, like, it depends on what Philippe wants us to do, by either cardio or free weights. And then I always finish with cardio. Cardio makes me feel alive.
It's okay. You're
What did
okay.
you do to me? What did you do?
I'm not him.
So
When
what's
you're
like your
running up
preferred?
there, like, it's very hilly. It's very hilly up there.
Look, we have
But it's so worth it to just go out running, because, I mean, you're in
saw him.
one of the most beautiful places on earth up there in those
I just nearly died.
West Hills.
We're all here
Right.
because of you, detective.
I feel like you're a cycler. I feel like you're really into bikes. Just kind of from what I've seen in the movies. Is that true or?
Oh, we play up the tricycle thing for the movie, but I do have
Through one of his tests before.
a small collection of classic tricycles,
We'll see.
just like the historically important ones, the classics.
Right.
The Mayhews.
Play by the rules.
Is that like your primary mode of transportation? Is that how
Well,
you
I'm
get around
actually much
everywhere?
more into classic cars. That was
How can you?
Clearly, I failed the test.
That was how I met Jay Leno, actually,
A fucking cop, no less. Just be sure that
who was my muse for the 5th movie.
detective.
Wait, isn't that the girl from the movie that ends up being the bad guy?
Yeah, but Tap doesn't know that yet.
Yeah, but I know that. I've seen the movie. Is the twist in the game the same as the twist in the movie?
Yeah, but you're playing the character of Tap.
Yeah, but you
Oh
would-
shit. That
would've
trap was a
won.
great one. The one where it's in his spine and shit. Such a good one. Had a beautiful weekend designing that trap. Tim Burton and I, 2003 in Milan. getting brunch every day. Okay, so now you can tell there's going to be a puzzle coming up because there's a puzzle piece on the door.
This fucking actually really hurts.
Well, it's not supposed to be comfortable. This is my new live streamed death game. Which brand of gamer chair is the best? I don't really use them because you know, I'm a little puppet.
Why are you curious
But,
then?
like, for future reference, if I'm doing any more of these live streamed video game death games. Because I think this idea might have legs.
Yeah, Jigsaw, I'm not really sure what the best kind of gaming chair is. I kind of just... I just bought mine from Staples, right? I didn't really... I don't know what the best would be, right?
Yeah, but I like wanted to look like... I'm thinking of... like, maybe the next Saw could have, like, an RGB aesthetic.
You really into RGBT lights?
Like, we've done
I'm sorry,
the
that's a different thing.
We've
That's
done,
a different...
like, we got... We've got the TVs and stuff. We've done that. I'm thinking like a Razer-inspired thing.
You're thinking of like kind of adding more RGB elements to the next puzzle that you're doing? Or... Man, this floor is cold, dude.
Yeah, so now you gotta stick your hand in acid. I thought that was really sick. It's something I couldn't really do in a movie, because, like, you can't burn an actor's hand and shit. But, like,
Right.
a video game character, we just mocapped that. It was in Santa Monica, or Santa Barbara.
Oh! I forgot what I didn't know what I was supposed to do.
I was hanging out, with that studio in Santa Barbara. I won't mention their name because, you know, it didn't end well. But me and a few guys from there were out getting drinks at, you know, like a Red Robin, I think it was. It was a fucking Red Robin. And we were drinking the only thing the bartender could make, Long Island iced teas. Hey, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to
What are you doing?
fucking I'm repositioning myself. I'm in a lot of discomfort right now.
Oh, okay.
There's nowhere
You
else.
can't possibly escape. This better not be you trying to escape.
No, it's not me trying to escape. I'm just... Well, I am trying to escape. That's why I'm playing the game. First of all.
Yeah, you gotta play the game. My game.
What was the budget for this game?
Damn. The budget for this game was probably around 200 million. So much of that was spent on travel expenses. You know, as I get older and as I get later in my career, I realized that I probably didn't need to do that many exploratory visits and like in-person location scouting especially for a video game. But it was such a wonderful creative experience.
That's something that Adam Sandler does, doesn't he? He like gets fuck. I didn't read the thing again. He like gets.
Oh
movies,
yeah, if you've ever worked with the Sandman, that
he gets movies that are like set in different locations, and he gets movies that are set in like different locations, and he kind of just treats them as vacations, doesn't he?
well, making a movie is a lot of work. I wouldn't say they're vacations for him. I'd say he likes working in a nice place. See, all my movies are necessarily in like dingy, shitty places. Which I regret about my career now. I wish I had done these death games in Paris. I wish I had done these death games in Hawaii.
I don't think they'd have the same feel to it, though.
See, that clues.
I just don't think they would have the same feel to it if you were to film the movies in Paris or Hawaii. I think that would take away from a lot of kind of the aesthetic of the movie, right? Because I can't imagine.
And that's why we've never done it. It would just be a complete departure. That would be too far.
You ever thought about kind of going into different movies?
You've got the shotgun collar on.
You ever thought about going into different movies, kind of exploring different, what's the word?
So it's another mirror one.
Yeah, it says darkness illuminates. But you ever thought about doing like a different type of movie?
That's
You ever
really
thought
the
about
tagline of the game.
one of these?
Different movies.
Right.
You know, I've tried to get roles in other movies.
Like what? What have you?
But Saw is really my baby. I'm like the head of Saw. Well, I auditioned in No Time to Die. I was supposed to be kind of the heavy secondary villain.
In what movie?
But that really fell through because of COVID. No Time to Die, the newest James Bond.
Ah. Fuck, how do I fight?
You got punching.
No! It's gonna kill me! Is he chasing me?
The proximity to him makes yours go off.
Right. I picked up on that. There's just a lot of fighting in this game. I don't think.
Yeah, I really wanted to have kind of a badass character in Detective Tapp, because the guy I'm basing him on is just a huge badass, you know?
Right. Who is he based on?
I based the character, of Detective Tapp.
Right.
Forrest Whitaker. I met Forrest Whitaker at the launch party for the iPhone. And we just got to talking, and his wife is really just so incredible. I just needed to, you know, I wanted to make something with a character that really was like him.
Oh! Fuck! Do you ever meet any of your fans in real life? You ever kind of meet?
Yeah, you know, it's always great when a fan approaches you and is like, "You're the reason I got into this business," like some camera operator or something, and and it's like, damn, I just hope you do it better than me, you know? Because,
Right.
like, I had a lot of fun. I had too much fun on the way up. I could be a lot bigger if I didn't fuck around so much. Like, if I had
Is that
done
a
a few
regret that you
things
have, or-
different, if I had, you know, not gone as far as I could,
Oh, I walked into the same trap.
oh, be careful, the tripwire again.
Is
Like,
that something that you
damn,
regret
I
a
hope
lot? You
they
regret
get that
kind
movie
of
deal, and
fucking around a lot in your early career?
yeah, I regret my first marriage. I rushed into it way too fast. We were both young and just rich off show business, and like really thought we'd made it. There would never be another struggle, but then like all the struggles of success start happening, and it really just frays apart. It taught me so much, but I wish it hadn't had as much of a financial impact on me. So here you gotta build an assembly of gears to turn the other gear that's not turning.
What just happened? Something happened. Hello?
You got the baseball bat.
No, something happened on the stream. Whatever that was, that just helped me a lot.
Oh yeah, Zodi, thank you for the sub. You know, every sub helps me host more death games, helps me kidnap more people off the street, bring more content like this to you. Thank you. I see you've been supporting, and I just want to ask for your continued support, and thank you graciously for the support you've showed me. So now there's like a wheel.
Where's the wheel? The wheel is nearby.
It's nearby.
How do I disarm this? Disarm. I didn't know you were married, Jigsaw. To who are you? Who are you married to? It sounded like somebody.
Oh, it was.
Somebody
It
from
was
show
a crazy
business.
time. The early 2000s were. Ooh. Well,
Hello?
Rachel
Jigsaw?
Adams and I met on the set of Mean Girls. We were there was an instant chemistry. It was kind of this whirlwind affair. And, you know, we really rushed into it. We loved each other. We loved each other a lot. But, you know, sometimes love is not enough, especially when you're in this whirlwind world of show business in LA. There was eventually jealousy developed between us as I kept getting movies made about me. And it really, you know, it just got ugly.
This is the guy they told us about.
Oh man, my back hurts.
You hear someone?
I can have, Aubrey bring you something.
You can have
Is
someone
it
bring me
impeding
something.
your ability to take the test?
It's just uncomfortable, right? I'm just very uncomfortable. I don't want to get any special treatment because now I feel bad, right? Because you know, when those other guys had to step in glass, you didn't bring them any shoes or anything like that, right?
Yeah, but their test was stepping in the glass. Your task is completing this game within the next 5.5 hours.
Whoa, hold on. Did the time get shorter? I lost an hour there somewhere.
You've been going for like hour 30.
I thought I had 8 hours. You just
Right,
gave me
yeah,
this-
it was
maybe
8
it was a-
hours. We gave
It
you
was
a
8
bit of room.
hours. Yeah, you gave me a little bit extra
Wacky-tally.
time.
Thank you for gifting a sub.
The wheel is. I have the wheel. What do I do? with
If he
the-
fails to complete the test in that time, 10,000 of my millipedes that have been starved for 24 hours will be released into the room.
I am just so lost. So I got the wheel, right? I had gotten the wheel. Then I went
Yeah.
here. Oh, hold
But
on, something back
I
there.
think a few rooms ago there was something.
Was there? Do I have to go back into this room?
No, there's like a thing you can put the wheel on. Not that way.
I was just... The wheel is nearby.
Not this way either.
Oh wait, you know what? I think this door is new. Because I think the guys came from here, didn't they? No, this is the other door. I'm super duper lost, man. Was it back this way? I feel like...
I don't think it was back this way.
You sure I don't have to backtrack? I feel like I have to backtrack. Oh, there's a lockpick section.
Oh yeah, you can unlock this door, right?
Alright. I'm just really lost. A jigsaw chest.
Yeah, the jigsaw chests. I loved putting these in here. So you use the gears to unlock jigsaw chests.
Right.
and they're kind of chests I've made for the player.
So, what made you want to get into movies in the first place? I don't know if we've talked about that. Well, what kind of inspired you, like early on?
You know, I really was inspired by like some of the classic directors, John Ford. I've been into cinema as long as I can remember. I'm sure other people will, you know, it wasn't always my job. Death games were really my first loves, but I really took to cinema like a fish to water. The first movie got made because you won't believe this.
Well, hit me with it.
I ran into Bill Paxton at an airport, and he said, where he was having trouble getting to his gate. He was there. He was gonna be on this flight with his agent. I told him, I'm also on that flight. I know this airport. It was Kennedy. He was in the C terminal, but he had entered security through the wrong place. So he takes me to his gate, or I take him to his gate.
Right.
And we meet up with his agent, and they're flying first class. And they say, and Bill Paxton says, get this guy the other seat in our row. Because they had bought it, so they could have a conversation while they were on the plane. And, you know, I talked to his agent. He hooked me up with a director. And the rest is history. They wanted to buy my story.
So just kind of by
he was coming off the
happenstance,
Titanic.
Right.
Yeah, it was really just right place, right time.
That's lucky, man. That's lucky.
Like,
I know a lot of people.
I'm just a small town puppet. I really would not have gotten in unless I got that lucky break.
What do you think you would be doing right now, if you didn't get lucky and
I'd
making
probably
movies?
still just be running death games where I, you know, don't have any reverse bear traps or anything. I never would have needed to improve, you know?
Right. It would have just been kind of these small-time death games. You might have been, like, locally known, right? But the budgets would have never increased. The scope would have never increased. You wouldn't have your own movies. You wouldn't have video games, right? You wouldn't be internationally known. right? So, what do I have to do here?
Yeah. I mean, the Anniston City, Alabama, that was where this all started. Low post-industrial town, a lot of bathrooms, a lot of abandoned factory complexes. And really, I was just, you know, I was killing people for years. I've been doing this, like, basically since I was out of high school. And, you know, it just wasn't going anywhere. Like, it was really expensive to set up all these death traps. Especially
course,
where I
man.
didn't have, like, the reverse bear traps and the shotgun collars.
Just kind of looking at how many TVs you have all over the place. Just these old TVs they don't make anymore.
The TVs, those are expensive, because you have to go to a vintage appliance place. There is about one place in LA that has those still. And
wow.
I have him call me whenever he gets more. We actually had to loan those over to who was it that made Mad Men? We had to loan those to Mad Men because they were looking for those TVs, but we actually had them.
If you never, oh fuck! If you never strike it big, you never
Gotta watch out for those tripwires.
Yeah, the tripwires keep getting me. I keep just barely missing them visually. So you don't make it. Let's say you don't make it. The budget's never increased. You still see yourself doing these death games? You don't see yourself ever getting discouraged or maybe giving up, maybe moving on to something else, trying a different kind of avenue, path?
Even if I was still in Anniston, I would still be doing death games.
That's good to hear.
I would be going to the Home Depot, building 2x4 guillotines, and I would still be running these on, well, really, it's hard to find people with, like, actual things wrong with them, because they usually hide it.
Right.
So mostly I was just kidnapping addicts and saying, like, oh, your drug problem is, like, an obsession. And I was basically just putting them in really just glorified execution devices.
I
would definitely still be doing that. It's my passion, it's my life. No, they were usually too strung out or going through withdrawals. The games were like longer form in the past, right? Like they...
Right, how so?
It was a lot of time in one room. Usually the cause of death was malnutrition. It was, you know, a lot of like, oh, you knocked the key down the drain so you could have never hoped to get out.
Right, like in the first one, where the guy just is out of luck.
Yeah.
But hey, man, listen, I'm glad to hear that you know, even if you didn't make it big, you'd still be kind of pursuing this. I'm glad to hear that you know it's something that you enjoy doing and something that you're very passionate about, and I'm glad to see that you've succeeded kind of doing it. You know, it's not everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the only
is lucky
guy
enough
with a death game video game.
Well, Stefan Molyneux does have a death game video game.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, Heavy Rain is kind of explicitly a death game video game.
Stefan Molyneux, he,
Oh wait,
you know,
not
he and I
Stefan
go
Molyneux.
way back.
That's a weird that's like a weird internet fucking guy. Peter Molyneux, excuse me.
No, he...
Wait, one of those people. Which one is the?
Peter Molyneux and David Clodes.
Right, it's Peter. Excuse me.
I'm big friends with Peter Molyneux and David Clodes. They've really, like, we take inspiration from each other. There's an understanding there, no bad blood.
Right. You did work
you know,
with,
I was supposed to have a
Peter
cameo
Molyneux.
in Heavy Rain before all the supernatural stuff was cut.
Ah, okay. They didn't want to have like you showing up without all the supernatural stuff.
Yeah, like, I am like a little puppet, but like,
Yeah.
we thought that like would not totally work.
I think it
Because
could
there's
have
no
worked.
other
I
little
think
puppets in Heavy Rain.
Right, right.
I just want to respect his territory, you know, if you've got like a bunch of traps in the game, people are already gonna be thinking about me.
You didn't want to kind of overtake and
So-
kind of outshine him.
Yeah,
I think that's
I didn't want Heavy Rain to be a Saw game.
and that's what it would be if you were a part of it. It would just
Yeah.
be like Saw the third game, because you actually got two of these, didn't you? You got two games. You got Saw and then Saw 2.
Yeah, we did do pretty well for ourselves. We could not finish the trilogy. A few things came up and the relationship soured.
Ah, it sucks when that happens.
But it was supposed to be a trilogy
Right.
that really told Tap's side of the story in a way that we hadn't really done in the movies. Because in a game you can connect to a character like Tap so much more. Like, in the Saw movies, you're watching for the victims, right? And you
Right.
can't have Tap be the victim. Because he's got to hunt for the killing.
Right, right.
Oh, see, this was inspired by Pyramid Head. He's the
Detective
big
Tap
guy.
actually...
With like a...
Oh. Detective Tap actually makes a cameo, or he's not a cameo, but he's an actual playable character in Dead by Daylight, isn't he?
Yeah, I worked on that collab recently. It was really great to be put into Dead by Daylight. It was a huge honor to be the first kind of smaller character in it.
Right.
Here you gotta stun him with the traps and then beat the fuck out of him. But it was a huge risk on their part putting a little puppet guy like me in the game. But I think it really paid off for both of us. And I'm always glad when a collab works out, you know?
I think a lot of people were.
Did you rearm that trap and trigger it?
But yes, I believe that I did. There were a lot of people kind of clamoring to get Saw in Dead by Daylight, and kind of when the main Saw series, the Saw saga, if you will, kind of ended, there were a lot of people clamoring to bring it back, and you know, obviously you bring it back, working on Jigsaw with Chris Rock.
Yeah, well,
Was that Chris Rock, or am I misremembering that movie?
I believe you're misremembering.
Who was in Jigsaw? Who was the guy in Jigsaw? I know Samuel L. Jackson was in it.
That was Club Benet.
Ah, okay. My apologies. But
No,
I
no issues. Yeah, working with Tobin Bell on that movie was great because people think there's probably some animosity between me and Tobin.
right.
But
Go ahead.
Tobin is really just, he's like my mentor. He's been in Hollywood longer than me, and like when they told me they were getting him to play this human me in the movie, I thought,
Right.
damn, they're taking me out of my own story. But he has been nothing but respectful. He adds so much to the character.
Right. I am glad to hear that.
He's
I
a
think,
stand-up guy.
That's really good to hear. With Tobin Bell, what was the kind of main driving factor behind kind of getting someone to be a human version of you?
So,
Right.
when we were brainstorming the first movie, we were gonna go with this French extremity kind of style. It was this French subgenre of horror that focused not on like the supernatural, but just on like brutal, realistic violence
Right.
in a more intimate way than like an action movie or a traditional horror movie could. And for that, we needed to remove certain aspects of the plot. We couldn't just have a little puppet guy just running around. We needed to have, like, a weird old man.
Right.
And that's where the idea of it came from. Just this desire to really ground it.
So it was a very stylistic choice. It was I think
Oh,
it
this
was
puzzle's one of my favorites.
I think it was a good choice in the end.
I love tube puzzles.
So preparing to make this game, right? Like kind of preparing to do what am I trying to kind of make this video game interactive experience? It's something you've never really done before. You said you were never really very familiar with games, even kind of before, like leading up to it. How did you prepare to kind of make?
Yeah, I approached it like any other art form. You know, I know video games have its detractors, but I think I think the video game lets you do so much. So I went and I talked to studio heads, I talked to David Cage, I talked to Stephen Molyneux, I was talking to the boys at Microsoft. This was off the backs of the first Halo, and we were kind of discussing the direction video games were moving, and then they gave me a list of games to go back and play.
So what games did
like
you play?
Like the Super Mario Brothers 2s, the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Super Mario 2
I played Super Mario Brothers 2. Man, for a week I was really into Oregon Trail.
Oh, fuck. Did you ever play the Manhunt series going into this game? Fuck me again.
The what?
The Manhunt series. The Manhunt series, it's a series made by Rockstar Games. It was for the PS2, I believe.
No, I've never heard of it.
You know, a lot of your detractors...
I must have missed that one.
A lot of your detractors have kind of come out and they've said that this game stylistically, kind of feel-wise, kind of mission-wise, is very very reminiscent and very inspired of Manhunt, and I believe some of your more staunch critics would say that this game is almost a ripoff of that game. What do you have to say to those people?
I've never played, so I could not say anything to those allegations, other than that. Oh, you're going the wrong way. Yeah, I've never played those games. I'm sure they're wonderful. I did not base my game off of those games. I was not even aware of their existence until a few minutes ago. So here I want a section where you had to wait for one pipe to stop shooting steam, and the other pipe to start shooting steam.
Oh, so
see, I love this part because it's like a moment of dramatic tension, because you can like see the timer, and then there's all these pipes bursting around you. And it's like, you have to get away from the pipe, but the pipes run throughout the whole building. So it's like, how far do you need to go?
oh, wonderful effects, by the way. I do have to kind of
Yeah, we were really proud of these. We went out into the desert and set off a few tons of gasoline to really gather ideas for how the explosion should look in this game. It was a great weekend. We had a few people out there with us. We had Jamie from Mythbusters, who's this is of course before Mythbusters.
This is before even.
But he was working in the film industry, yeah.
Right.
And he was in charge of detonating the gasoline. And we were using pressurized air to shoot it, and it was really just a great day. It was me, Jamie, and actually Heath Ledger.
You actually met Heath Ledger before he passed?
You have an odd couple there. Yeah. Heath was a great guy, always flaunted by his demons. You know, someone I thought could always benefit from participation in one of my death games.
What stopped you from setting something up kind of as a way of reaching out, an intervention of sorts? Why
Well, like, you know, he was almost too close.
Yeah.
Because, like, I knew his problems so deeply, and she knew my problems so deeply, that if we were suddenly in that adversarial context, it would just, you know, neither of us could do it.
Right. So you try to kind of have a bit of separation, not any real personal attachment to the people that you're kind of hosting in these death games.
Yeah, and if I started kidnapping people that were working in the industry, a lot of my industry connections would get very awkward.
Oh yeah.
And we have to still keep making movies.
100%.
At the end of the day.
Let's say you didn't have to worry about that. Were there any people you ever just wanted to go, ah man, I really want this guy in one of my death traps. This guy would really, it'd either be fascinating or he deserves it, right? He needs to be in one. Was there anybody like that?
Yeah, before he passed, I was dying to get Philip Seymour Hoffman in a little contraption.
Interesting.
No, I won't mention any living ones. Who knows what the future holds?
Right, of course.
But I really wanted Philip Seymour Hoffman.
What about Philip Seymour Hoffman kind of attracted you to him so much?
Why are you doing this?
Well,
I was at a bar. I had to get home.
we never really worked together, but his problems were almost like an open secret.
Right.
And
A repeat offender.
it was really one, you know, one I could exploit.
I see. Okay. So it was just one that was just so prolific that you thought it would be it'd be interesting. It'd be kind of a great one. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing this thing where I like put out his death game as a film. Like, this is obviously if I wasn't in show business. Like, I'd have to go through an indie studio.
Okay,
But
sorry,
it was kind of the
millipede.
predecessor to this.
Okay.
No, the
So that would
millipede,
be-
they're in a pretty tight Tupperware.
Okay, I'm just making sure none of them are slipping out because I do not want to be attacked by millipedes. So that would have been
are
a
very
project
toxic.
you would have. That would have been a project you would have kind of tried pursuing if the movie stuff never really kicked off. You never met those producers. That would be like a home.
Yeah, there is a price for success.
Right.
And it's that you really, there are certain lines you don't cross. You have to push this rack of meat out of the way.
Do I?
But like now, obviously, I can't put any famous people in my thing because they'd like know it was me. I have to keep what I am doing a lot more secret. I can't do it as often.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel?
But it's so worth it. It's the films have affected my lives in such a positive manner.
Right. That's great to hear. Do you ever feel as if your fame, kind of hinders your kind of creativity? You ever feel like people when they're when they're watching a Saw movie or even when they're placed in a Jigsaw trap, you ever feel like the fame, you have to be subversive on purpose. You have to change what you were planning on doing. You have to like one up yourself every time.
It's a mix of that, but it's also the opposite. You see so many fake people in Hollywood. Every other person you meet is fake. Actually, I'd say 2 out of every 3 people you meet is fake. And these fake people, they're easy to spot, but sometimes they're not so easy to spot. And you'll just spend months thinking of like, what's my problem with this guy? And it's like, oh, he's fake. I want to put him in a saw trap. I want to put him in one of my famous death games. And, and I don't feel that with real ass people, like, while I'm with my man, David Cage, when I'm with, Woody Harrelson, when I'm hanging out with Hugh Jackman, I'm not thinking, damn, I could turn your problems into a death game. I'm thinking, damn, this guy has some great experiences in life.
Right.
I want to learn some of that. I think you need to pick up the mannequin's arm.
I don't think, I think it's just a weapon. Has there ever been a situation that's become awkward because of your fame? You ever kind of grab somebody, place them in a chair, get the bear trap, the reverse bear trap on him, and he wakes up and he goes, "Oh, I'm in a jigsaw trap," and he's, You ever have any awkward kind of encounters doing what you do?
Yeah, it's definitely changed how I build my traps.
How did it change?
It's definitely made my traps more upfront, violent. Like, I usually stick 1 or 2 things in you now, just to let you know, yeah, this is really happening. Like, I can't just tie you to the boiler. You gotta understand that I mean business.
Right.
See, the puzzle there was you had to wait for that guy to get out of the room.
And then I had to kill him.
That's right.
So, we do see in the movies that the traps.
Oh, this trap was a great one to design. We actually did build this Even though we didn't need to because it was a game, but we really wanted to get the animations right on this.
Right.
Obviously the blade wasn't real on the one we built. It was me, Robert Downey Jr., and Woody Harrelson, and we just built this in a garage up in the West Hills, with stuff we got from Home Depot, really. It was a great weekend. We were drinking. We were drinking these little pre-canned cocktails before those were like a big thing. You used to only be able to get them in certain places. But they had a really good Moscow Mule one, and we were drinking those just over and over. And we built this whole machine with a gear puzzle and everything.
It sounds like an absolutely fun time.
See, we modified a weight rack. That was really the hardest part, getting the whole thing to work. Because a weight rack was not meant to be used in this manner. And it does not, want to be used in this manner, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we had to drill a few extra holes.
So,
see, a lot of people are like, why am I collecting gears in this game? Like, gears have never been a big part of the movies, but I've always wanted to include gears in the movies, but it's like, there's not really a sensible way of doing that on screen when there's so many other things you could depict. But in a game, we can use the gears. I can give the gears kind of a second life. I always wanted gears to be an image associated with the Saw franchise, but I could never get that with film. But through this game, I'm able to accomplish that.
that's great. I love how in the actual Saw franchise itself, you have those original Saw traps in Saw 1. It's primarily filmed in kind of a single location. The one room. The game is kind of stuck in that one room, but in the other movies, as it progresses the series, the areas get larger. Sorry, give me just 1 second. I'm just trying not to die. The areas get larger.
A lot of it really comes down to budget.
Right, of course.
And that affects the film in ways you don't anticipate.
Right. When you were first kind of getting that larger budget, and you were able to start making larger, more advanced traps, was there any kind of difficulty adjusting to that kind of bigger sense of scale that now that everything has to be bigger, everything has to be larger, did you struggle in kind of scaling up the operation at all?
Frankly,
That wasn't good.
I really prefer it. Oh man, this this is one of my favorite parts in the game.
Couldn't get that last one. Just couldn't figure out that last little bit there. You prefer it? You said.
Well, yeah.
The larger. Do you feel like it gives you more freedom, or why do you prefer it? The kind of the larger scale of it.
Well, it definitely has its benefits. You know, I've always had these ideas. And I've just never had the means to really express them until like the second and third movie where I am getting these reverse bear traps, where I am hooking up with Steven Spielberg and we're talking about the ways we kill people with like a shotgun collar. And it's because of these larger budgets that I'm now able to realize things I've had in my head, or like subconsciously, without even my knowledge all along.
Okay.
So I know some directors and some actors have a problem jumping that scale, but really, the bigger the better is my philosophy. I love in those last few movies where I'm just like, we were in a barn in one of them, and that was just such a great location. Like once we started doing stuff with lasers and we could really afford the CG stuff, that was just great.
For the shit, my headphone is cutting out. Has there been any traps? These are big traps. They're very elaborate. They're kind of all over the place, and they're so huge, and there's so many moving parts to a lot of these traps. Have there been any traps that you start working on and you're just unable to complete just because of how big they are, or just pieces don't work?
There are a lot of traps. There's more traps that don't get made than there are that do get made. I have had ideas for traps since the start, and the movies have only started in the last few decades, and there's so many traps we just don't have the budget for, can't get the right actresses or actors for, and just things that I would love more than anything to see brought to fruition, but just for one reason or another they will never see the light of day, and it's just something you got to deal with. Like, as a person who has ideas, there's going to be more unfounded ideas than there are founded ones.
Christ, get away from me, Tap.
Are there any examples of any traps you have in your mind, or any of these kind of things you've set up that just didn't kind of work out? Do you have any examples of that?
You killed a man. You a murderer.
Oh, the trap I wish we could build. It was on Saw 4.
What about the innocent man you put in prison?
It was basically a city bus,
Didn't have to come to that. I told you to
but it had
no.
like a thing you had to walk on in the middle. And all the seats were going to be full of bodies and like spikes and like needles and stuff.
At least I have something to protect.
And you'd have to constantly move forward, constantly try to walk to the front of the bus. This was to punish a guy who would always ride the bus but never pay for it. So
like
at the
a
back of the bus, there'd
full
be a big
jumper.
wall of saw blades.
Okay.
And so he would have to keep walking forward on this extended treadmill that was going to be really high grit sandpaper or roll into the wall of saws. But we couldn't make it safe. It was too. The only way to do it was to have it be real.
What kind of conspired to prevent that from becoming a reality?
Well, the bus, it couldn't be a real bus. We'd need to build a set that was a bus,
Right.
which we had the money for, but I wanted to do exterior shots. I wanted to fit it in a bus.
Ah.
Which I could do if it was real, but it couldn't be real. It needed to end in like a mattress. The sandpaper couldn't have been real. And like the treadmill effects. Oh. Was not something we could get with a bus that could drive around, because we need to replace a lot of the stuff in the bus with the treadmill mechanism.
So that's just something that never...
See, in my original vision, it just ran with the bus. As the bus drove, you had to like run with the bus.
You were running
But
the speed of
obviously,
the bus.
it had to be a real treadmill for the movie production. And I just was not willing to CGI it. They told me it could have been done, but I really don't think the technology was there to realize my vision with that truck. I ended up building kind of a similar version in a much smaller bus. And then I put a woman who didn't appreciate her family enough in. It was not nearly as interesting as the full-size bus.
So you
Yeah, so you're supposed to do this puzzle blind.
Yeah, I can't figure out where to go. So you enjoy a lot doing the building of the traps.
Do you still have the camera?
The devising of the traps. But have you ever considered, has there ever been any push by either studio executives or maybe you felt you could accomplish a lot of the traps instead of using practical effects with CGI? Has that ever been a topic of discussion or something in your mind?
I was very resistant to CGI at first, but once I saw what we could do with the laser traps, and you know, acid was off the table before. But now with CGI, I can do acid effects that melt them down to the bone. I can do laser effects that cut them into little cubes of meat. And it's really just expanded the gravity of what I can do to people. Because in real life, I couldn't build a laser trap. Those lasers don't exist. So that's something purely for the movies, just to give away some secrets. But there can't be a real laser trick. I love these segments where you have to reach into the toilet and get pricked by a million needles. That was something I wanted to have happen in the game almost every level. They only wanted it to be used at the beginning, which is something I really fought them on. I said, no, you should have to reach your arm into the needle toilet at least 5 or 6 times. So each of these locations where you have to reach into the needle toilet, I fought for.
Did you have to fight a lot with the developers of the game in order to get your vision in there? Was there a lot of clashing and headbutting behind the scenes?
The team that worked on this was great. There was a lot of difference in philosophy. It was the first time I had made a game. It was their first time interacting with the Saw franchise.
Right.
So we were both beginners, in a way. We were both reduced to nothing. I was the guy who did the death games, but had no knowledge of game design. And they were professional game designers, but they had never been in a death game before. So we were kind of on equal footing. And we had our arguments, but we did have a lot of fun making this game.
That's good to hear. Was there anything specific that you remember, aside from the hand in the toilet full of needles? Was there anything else that you really had to fight for that maybe they just didn't understand? Maybe they saw it a different way?
They didn't want as many wires with shotguns attached to them. But I told them that they needed to have wires with shotguns attached to them,
right,
nearly around every corner.
Was there anything that you fought for that didn't make it into the game, or maybe something that was too ambitious that you couldn't figure out how to program?
I wanted to have a few sliding block puzzles in the game, and they told me that was not a good idea.
You wanted sliding block puzzles in the game?
Yes, I was really into Resident Evil at this point, and I loved the puzzle where you're in the church, and you're up on the second level, and you have to rotate the things and slide the blocks, right, to make the light come through at the right pattern, to get the ladder to drop down. And that was something I insisted on having that just didn't get in. Looking back on it, it was not that huge of a deal. But at the time, it really seemed like the end of the world.
I see.
So...
Oh, I'm sorry,
in this puzzle, you need to determine which numbers are the right numbers.
Yeah. It's, very difficult trying to find where I'm supposed to stand to see this. I think I only have a minute left. Oh, I think I'm supposed to be standing.
Our first round playtesters found that difficult too, so we put a bunch of puzzle pieces on the ground.
Yeah, I just notice those. So he did the 3-4-2. Four, 3, 5. Give that a shot. There it is, okay.
Now you have to solve one of these puzzles. These puzzles are my favorite in the game.
Is there a reason these puzzles are your favorite?
Because they do so much with so little. Everyone looks at all the wires in their house and they're like, I wonder what those do.
Right.
I remember the day we recorded all this dialogue. It was crazy. We went out to Shoney's afterwards. We were drinking the $1 pina colada, and just absolutely wasted. Then the next day we went in and recorded even more of this dialogue. So now you need to get the key.
Fuck, where was the key? I had it before. I had it 5 seconds ago. There it is.
I love that little rhyme I do there. Anytime I get to rhyme, I like to take those chances. I think it really elevates the storytelling.
Are you very into poetry? What about rhyming kind of appeals to you?
Yeah, it really appeals to that kind of Shakespearean poetry-loving side, which I think the Shakespearean tragedy aspect is really why people keep sticking around movie after movie. So I like to make that explicit occasionally, not all the time, but like just occasionally I'll drop a little rhyme in there. You know, it's all about perspective, detectives. Because in the detective's mind, Jigsaw is a bad guy. But, like, I only target bad people, and I give them a chance to improve their lives.
A lot of your critics would say that you are a murderer, right? You were not.
See, you gotta watch this cutscene.
Right. The cutscene is kind of arguing.
I always put in ways to get out of the trap. But Tap was so obsessed, Tap's so obsessed with me that he did not disarm all the wires with shotguns and shit.
Right. What would you say for the people that kind of say putting people in the situations in the first place is just as bad as actually
but they
pulling
put
the trigger,
themselves in those situations. They're putting themselves in these little boxes and reverse bear traps and shit because it's like they can't control like cheating on their wife or something.
Well, not really though, right?
But you gotta
you
have
are
that
putting
control
them.
in life. And if you got that control in life, like Saw is all about that, like life is just gonna hate you one day and you're gonna have to confront it. So I see myself as just an aspect of life. As long as there's been human life, there's been a need for guys who put people into traps to teach them their sins.
Right. What
like that's what Jesus is.
What would you say
Like that's what this all is.
what would you say to the people that say, you know, what gives you the right? Why do you feel the need to be the one doing the death traps?
I'm out there grinding every day. I'm working hard. Like this is not easy. This is all those people. Like, what gives you the right? They think they can go out there and do it. No, they couldn't. They couldn't get out there and do this. This shit is hard to do.
Right.
It takes effort. It takes just dedication. And it's not a level of dedication everyone has.
I agree. I mean, and aside from the dedication it takes, just kind of the toll that it takes on you, the effort, the exertion, the money that you have to spend on it. There's a lot of the technical kind of aspect to it that a lot of people I don't think can really appreciate, right? It definitely takes some.
I would say I have a better understanding of mechanics than most mechanical engineers.
Wow.
See, now you're poisoned. Because I'm filling the room with gas.
There's a valve. So, when did you start learning all the things that you needed to learn in order to become a master, if I can say so, a master of engineering? Because you do have to be a master to be able to make something like this. What got you into it? What got you kind of motivated or interested in pursuing?
Well, basically, it's really just a passion. It's just something that really has been a part of my life for a very long time. A very long time. And I've been really just... Life is all about just polishing that little stone, you know, that Buddhist way of thinking. You gotta take what you're good at, accept it for what it is, and just really, you know, work on polishing that stone.
Were you already kind of proficient in engineering before you started making your first traps? Do you have any kind of formal education?
No, I basically knew jack shit.
Okay, so you learned by doing it, or you learned by How did you educate yourself to
Yeah.
make yourself just better at mechanical engineering? What steps did you take?
Well, I spent a lot of time at the library.
Right.
It's crazy what you can learn at your local library. Another thing I wanted to put in this game was the power for reading, which is why there's so many notes about, which is kind of a callback to how much time I spent in the library studying mechanical engineering.
Mm-hmm. Did you write
the first thing I learned to build was this guillotine that cut off your legs.
Okay.
And that really, most machines for that rest of that year were basically just guillotines that cut off various parts of your body. But from there, it moved on to pendulums, various ways to reverse bear traps, a lot of just, digging through the dumpster at the HVAC place, seeing what you could find, and just kind of working with what you had there.
How important?
And that's why there's so many valve puzzles in this game, because a lot of my early materials were just like copper piping I would steal from an HVAC place.
How important would you
like
say
various
are
tubing?
How important would you say is the trap aspect to kind of the whole Reformation, making people realize their sins? Would you say that that's the most important thing? Would you say that that's
Well,
like
it's the most
necessary?
effective way to do it. It's really, people are incapable of understanding what they've done wrong unless they're in like a sort of contraption.
What is it about traps that makes it more effective than, let's say you were physically there holding like a gun to the person's head? What is it about traps that?
Well, that's just lecturing. The thing about my traps is that you save yourself. You have to save yourself.
Right.
You have to save yourself from the reverse bear trap. You have to give up something, and you have to realize what's really important. And that's always living life and having fun. Saw has always been about living life and having fun. That's the way I've lived my life, and that's why I do what I do. Because there's so many people who don't live their life and have fun, and are just upset all the time because they're not having fun. And it's really tragic, and I wanted to fix that in the way I knew how, which was by having a death game where they had to play with their own life. Now, the choice for the protagonist to remain shoeless for the entire game actually did come from George Lucas. That was George's idea. We met at the State Department mixer in 2003, And this was before the release of the movie, but George is just so down to earth that he was willing to watch the early cuts of it, and he really gave it his blessing. And when the game came around, I was like, okay, who knows about video games? George Lucas, he's at LucasArts. Right. They make video games.
That's right.
So I asked him, and he said the only thing he said to me, I call him up. I ask him if he wants to meet, and he says no. But I want to say one thing to you, and it will make sure your game is remembered for decades. And he says, make the protagonist barefoot the entire game. And I ask him why, and he says, no other game has that. No other game has a thing where your protagonist loses health for stepping on glass.
Oof.
What happened?
I think I either stepped in something or I'm not 100% sure. Are you sitting by a water heater? I'm currently trapped by Mr. Jigsaw here. How should I? I know it's a little late in our conversation. How do you prefer to be addressed?
Just Jigsaw is fine.
Just Jigsaw. Okay. I am kind of trapped here in this boiler location by Mr. by Jigsaw. So yeah, I kind of.
So this was a boss fight that was inspired.
Choice.
Yeah, I've kidnapped him and locked him in this boiler room. In a few hours, unless he beats the game, he will be eaten by millipedes.
Yeah, the millipedes. Yeah.
This boss fight was inspired by Counter-Strike. I was going back playing some CS Office. You'll notice that this is like CS Office here. It's got that snowy feel. It's got the garage down here. And basically what's supposed to happen here is I wanted to make a level that evoked the feeling of Counter-Strike. So right. I give you a gun, and I put a guy on the roof that you need to shoot. And then you have to go through kind of this CS Office area.
Are there any other kind of Easter eggs that you've put in the game you insisted was in the game? Any
I'll mention those as they come up.
Okay.
But this section, this is one of my favorite sections in the game. I love when it departs a bit from Saw and just, kind of turns into a shooter.
What inspired you to make it so combat heavy, so shooting heavy? Some people would say that that's a strange choice for a Saw game, right? So much focus on shooting, so much focus on punching, kicking, swinging bats. I think a lot of people identify puzzles, identify the traps as part of the Saw franchise.
See, I really wanted to have engaging gunplay and responsive hand-to-hand combat, because I think that's something Saw has never really explored. As a franchise, there's always been like violence, but never like combat. And I think the idea of being in a saw trap, but also having to fight for your life against kind of just guys. You know, because man is the most dangerous trap of all. And video games really capture that with how much emphasis they place on shooting guys. It's just, you know, it's just part of the human experience we haven't explored yet.
Oh, fuck. So, after the success of the...
See, they wanted to take those shotgun traps out, but I said no. Put another shotgun trap in there. Put a second one in there.
So after the success of the first two Saw games, critically acclaimed, beloved,
I told you to stay away.
we haven't really seen another kind of entry in the Saw franchise. You spoke that the team had a bit of a falling out towards the end. Have you considered maybe working with another team on some new titles? The technology obviously has improved a lot.
Well, we're easing back into it with the rise of Dead by Daylight style games as a service. I even before games as a service was a thing, I was thinking of making this game a game as a service. I thought it would be great if every month a new trap came out or something. And you could really make your character resemble yourself. And I thought that was always just a wonderful idea. And now we're seeing that with stuff like Debbie Delight and like Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So we need, you know, we're kind of easing back into that world.
What kind of prevented?
Hopefully we'll, you know, have our own title soon.
That would be absolutely amazing. What prevented kind of the follow through of games as a service, releasing the game every new month? There's a trap and custom created characters. What kind of held you back from fully going through with that idea?
Well, the technology just wasn't there. Microsoft wanted DLC that cost money. Like like the subscription model, we would have ended up paying Microsoft too much in licensing. We would have needed to port it to the PS3 as well, from our wonderful Japanese team, but really keeping them on retainer would not have been economically efficient. Everything would have needed to be localized, and we would have needed an on-the-fly localization team.
I see. So it was just unfeasible at the time.
Nowadays, all that infrastructure is there.
Right.
And I really think we could get the game where you are yourself trying to survive various jigsaw traps. Remember the shotgun?
Yeah. With the advancements of technology, have you ever thought about maybe taking what worked so well in the original kind of Jigsaw series and kind of seeing where you can take that, right? You ever thought about maybe something like a Saw battle royale game in the style of Fortnite or PUBG?
Well, we have thought of a battle royale, but more in the style of Tetris 100, where you're fighting through increasingly more complex traps and increasingly more complex character scenarios, and you're fighting to be the last one. And you can, like, interrupt other people's games. You can, use various powers to change people's timers and such.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that would be,
we have a lot of ideas. We'll see if any developer wants to pick them up. We're definitely shopping around.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. I know at the current moment, it's still a niche audience. But have you thought about maybe taking any foray, any exploration into the VR world, doing anything with virtual reality as that, you know, slowly starts to gain traction?
We are looking at developing a Saw VR headset.
A headset, you're looking to get into the hardware aspect of it.
Something that will definitely require a lot of collaboration.
Of course. Fuck, again, same trap.
But yes, we are looking for a manufacturer for the Saw VR headset, which will launch with the Saw game. Saw for VR, which is something we are also shopping around.
I think any comeback into the gaming scene is going to be very well received by gamers. I think that's something that I know and even my friends that I've discussed this with are very, very interested and excited and hopeful for. So you know, I do wish you the best of luck on moving further into the making a comeback rather into the gaming industry. I do want to ask, because I think a lot of people are very curious and very very interested, and I hope I don't kind of overstep the boundaries that we've set here. So, how did you become a thing? And if you excuse me, I can reword that. How does a puppet become
obviously
animated?
Can't get into great detail on.
Right. I just fuck. It's the
same
same
way
trap.
a person becomes
Sorry,
animated.
so it was just something that kind of happened.
Yeah,
I know, and I don't want to keep making.
It's something we're not really able to explain in the movies.
Right.
Which is, you know, why the character of John Kramer exists. But it's not something I really want to get into. It's a bit of a personal matter.
I apologize for even bringing it up.
Oh, no worries. It's a natural question to have. Like, why am I a little puppet guy? But it's you know, you have no idea, but it is a bit of a sore subject.
Right, and we can move on.
See, I wanted this guy to have a flamethrower. they said a flamethrower would be too far out of line, and then that the player would want to use it. So they nixed the idea of the flamethrower.
Mm-hmm.
5 hours.
Sorry, I just gotta readjust myself. I am in a lot of pain. Fuck. If you just bear with me one moment, Jigsaw.
Something I really enjoyed about working on a game was meeting all of the wonderful people that really put their heart and soul into this game about me. It was just really flattering to see all these people who are fans of my work really try to bring it to the next level with like this combat and shooting focused Saw. Because we never really done combat or shooting in a Saw movie before, so I thought this game should be like at least half fighting other guys and shooting guns. Because, you know, the Saw franchise is about a lot of things. The Saw franchise is about loving life, and it's also about fighting for your life. But you've never been able to, like, literally fight for your life in a Saw movie. But now in this game, you can, like, fist fight mental patients and drug addicts and other people. And you are fighting for your life, because they're all fighting for a key in your lung.
I apologize about that. My legs did just fall asleep and I had to shake them around.
It's your turn.
So...
See, the glass on the ground really adds a level to the game. Because it's like, can I step here? Will there be a shotgun and a wire here? And you're just asking yourself those questions constantly. And that's the essence of Saw.
Fuck, we got it. We got it. We finally got past the thing. So I've noticed that there's a lot of lore in the game. I've noticed that every room I step in, there seems to be a new node or a new file. Did you have a hand in creating the backstory and the lore of the game? What was kind of the idea behind?
Yeah, I wanted to tell the story of this asylum as kind of like a twisted parallel for my fucked up mind and how we treat people, you know? Because I'm trying to make people better in my own fucked up little way.
Right.
But then, like, the system tries to make people better with, like, a different way. And it's, like, not as effective. And so you get all these asylums and stuff when you really just need to be putting people into death games. And these asylums are just breeding grounds for, like, abuse and weird government testing and, like, unethical medical practices when they really don't need to be. They just need to be death games. Thank you, Darth Mazarius, for the tier 1 gift sub.
Thank you,
The next trap is going to be a doozy, so each one of these subs really helps. We're gonna be building a giant swinging blade.
So, I do want to ask, just from your comments right there, I do know that you have been politically active in the past. You do have your own charity, I believe. What kind of inspired you to take that jump to take that jump in into kind of the scene of being politically activated and politically motivated?
Well, I care a lot about the issues. I care a lot about the country and other people. I like to describe it as political because at the end of the day, the things I like are appreciating life and having fun, right?
Of course.
So I don't really fit into the two-party system where like everyone wears a suit. I'm more like, even though I wear a suit in the movie, I'm more of a tank top and like gym shorts kind of guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I love my gym shorts. I love my sweatpants. I do like designer clothes when I'm going out. But I'm still a person that cares, you know? I'm not some political drone. But I do think there are causes that are important to support. Like
right.
You know, getting people the stuff they need to make themselves better so they don't have to go into my death traps.
Of course. I do know that you have recently come under fire. Recently you tweeted out some things that seem to kind of bother a lot of people. You kind of, I believe it was a 14 tweet long kind of thread just a month ago, I believe, about global warming being a hoax. Do you want to talk about that at all, or because that is something that a lot of people kind of.
I was really. People. That was during a period where the dosage on some medication was not correct, and I am. Official. I don't have a position on this issue officially. I think we should listen to all research. You know, we should listen to what both sides are saying, but I believe that for every issue. But I don't really find myself agreeing with those tweets.
Okay. What do you have to say to the people that would say that kind of global warming, the science has already been the science has already been kind of decided and understood and uncovered, and there's no real kind of what's the word? There doesn't seem to be any more debate on the subject outside of kind of specific pundits that are pushing a specific worldview. What would you say to those people?
Well, I have to say there's a lot more perspectives than, you know, what you think or you're comfortable with, and that's true about every issue.
Of course.
But like there's so many different things we don't know about, you know. Back in the past, they thought we had known everything, and then everything would just be, you know, about getting more precise with the everything we knew. But then Albert Einstein's like the atom, and suddenly everyone's like, oh shit, you know, how do we know? How do we know that there's not another atom out there?
Mm.
That's really what I think.
Okay. There was kind of relating to the same kind of issues that controversies that's been popping up on Twitter. You did get into a lengthy argument with Tobey Maguire on Twitter. It was very public. It trended. You called Tobey Maguire a fat-headed idiot. You said that he couldn't last 1 second in one of your death traps. What do you think about that? What was kind of going through your mind when you were arguing with him on Twitter?
Well, behind the scenes, Toby, I'm sure, he's a good guy, but he has always
Right.
had a bit of a problem with little puppets. And I really think he has
wow.
never liked me. You know, I reached out to him because I really like those Spider-Man movies he did. I said, hey, we should link up, we should work together sometime. And I just never got a text back. And then I'm wondering, Dan, did I get the wrong number? And I find out 6 months later at a party, no, he does not like me. He does not like me. And
Wow.
I've never spoken to him, so the real, like, only thing I can assume is that he just, and I've heard this from people. I've got this on good authority that he is not comfortable with little puppet guys.
Wow. That's a real heavy
It's really
thing to
unfortunate.
say.
I'm not going to judge him for it because I don't believe in judgment unless you're in one of my death cams. But, you know, it's just sad.
Is that something that you've kind of had to deal with, kind of that ignorance in Hollywood a lot? Because if I can say, there aren't any puppet actors. There aren't any puppet actors, really. So is that something that has come up a lot? Have you faced a lot of that kind of intolerance?
I have to say, they treat you differently if you are not a Muppet. Like, the Muppets are royalty in this town. That's never going to change. They deserve it. I'm not going to throw shade at the Muppets. I love the Muppets.
Right.
But they definitely operate in a different space than 99% of the other puppet actors. they like what a puppet has to go to has to
Yes.
go through in LA is not, you know, it's terrible. You'll be on Hinge and she'll be like, "Is that a photo of you?" And you'll say yes, and she's like, "You're 10 inches tall, and I don't want to go out with a 10 inches tall guy." Uh, and there's just nothing you can do. Because at the end of the day, she doesn't want to be seen on Rodeo with a 10-inch tall little puppet guy. And then,
I,
of course, there's casting, which is really the part where it affects my livelihood. Like, you
yeah.
think I'm getting action movie offers? No, it's basically just for, like,
I
I'm not like a kid show guy. I'm not gonna work the kid show circuit.
right, right.
But like, if I don't want to do kid shows, it's just horror movies. There's not a
Um,
puppet action star. There's not a puppet thriller market. There's no puppet mystery market. It's either children's or adult comedy or horror movies. And I'm not gonna pretend like that doesn't take money out of my pocket.
I do want to ask your opinion on something. I know a while back there was a very large controversy. Um, there was a very large controversy about the movie Megan. About the movie Megan. I know prolific puppet actress Annabelle tried to audition for the role of Megan. And I think in a casting choice that a lot of people spoke out against, they decided to not go with Miss Annabelle, who would have been a perfect fit for the role. They decided to just get some short woman, like a little girl, to play Megan. Um,
That that really speaks to the problem of all puppets in Hollywood. Uh, because really it's me and Annabelle at the top, right? We've been blessed by these rock solid concrete franchises. Uh,
yeah.
Pinocchio gets recast every fucking 2 weeks. Uh, there's just a ton of puppets competing for Pinocchio roles, and there's no girl Pinocchio. So there's one paying actress job in all of for puppets. It's Annabelle. If you're not Annabelle, you can't even be Megan, because they're just gonna get a tiny human to do it. So here you have to remember the name of your partner.
Oh. All right. You're not gonna give me a hint, are you? Oh, I feel like it was Jacob Schmidt.
Maybe if you open the boxes.
If I open the boxes, I blow up if I don't get the right one, though.
If you go to the right grave, I'll tell you.
I think it's Jacob Schmidt. Fuck.
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either. Um. Ah.
See, it was my idea to put that laughing in.
Is that your laugh in the game? Is that how you laugh?
Yes, that's how I laugh.
I think it's a really great
We
kind of
recorded
addition.
that one. We had just gotten back from the studio from a working brunch. We were at Sybil's for a working brunch, which was the place we always went for our working brunches. And I had had way too many of their bottomless mimosas. And I was really happy because I'd just eaten this great pancakes and fried chicken. And we basically just spent the rest of that day in the booth, just messing around, recording shit.
Your late partner holds the
Oh
key.
shit. The guy in my hamster base trap just died. One sec, I need to get him out of there before my hamsters eat themselves to death. I'll be back.
All right, I'll see you. All right, guys. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. How the fuck do I get out of here? All right. So, it looks like the chain is wrapped around that pipe over there. And there is a small kind of lock with a 3-digit combination on it. Fuck. What would it be? There's the box over there with the key in it that will unlock. Fuck. Am I getting attacked? Fuck me. Partner's number? But that's the trap of the guy in the game. That's not my fucking trap. I can't even reach it. Okay. Okay. Give me what's a number? What's a number that they would associate with me? What's a number? Quick. What's a number they would associate with me? My pants are falling down. 456 666. I don't think that's it. Come on, guys. He's like a guy that it really means a lot to him that he's like thematically consistent. So it would be a number that matters to me. Fuck, what are numbers that matter to me? What are numbers that matter to me? It's 18 to 24. 18 to 24. Fuck. Okay. 18 to 24. It's only a 3-digit combination. What else could it be? What else could it be besides that? 66? That's not that, man. My pants are like falling down and I can't pick them back up. Fuck. 000. No, it's not that. It's not that. Fuck. It's solid. It's fucking stuck on there, man. Somebody look up the lock. Somebody go on lock-picking lawyer. Someone go to the lock-picking lawyer and tell me how I open a Master Lock Steel Series. Go to the lock-picking lawyer, type in how to unlock Master Lock Steel Series. Fuck, my pants are falling down. I was hoping I could pick up my pants up. No, they're stuck. Easy. You just need a rake. Okay, I don't have a rake. I have a chain. I have an Xbox controller. I have nothing else. There's not really anything else here. Okay, there's pipes. There's pipes. I see the box that has the millipedes. It's hanging over my head. Just saw off your limbs. All right, I'm not... real suggestions. Let me... Okay. Okay. What's here? No, that's not gonna break it. Fuck. Oh, man. If there's a nail or something sticking out, maybe I could pick it with the nail. Break open the controller and use the parts. What if he comes back and then I can't play with the controller anymore? I'm tired. My back hurts really badly. I have really bad posture from doing this. What else? Take my shoes off. All right, listen. Listen, I don't want to have any little perverts here while I'm doing this, all right? No little perverts. Maybe later, maybe a different stream. But this is serious right now. My shoes are getting stuck to this. My back hurts really badly. I'm like hunched over. I have to be hunched over for this. Okay, let's sit down. Let's sit down. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. Okay. Okay. Take shoe off the chained leg. No, it won't get past my ankle. Even if I took my shoe off, it wouldn't get past my ankle. Hold on. Ah, that hurts! If I can... Look under the blanket. I don't think there's anything under the blanket. Quick, guys, quick, 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 quick. What can I do? I'm putting my shoes back on. This guy likes to put broken glass on the ground. What can I do? Quick, quick, quick. I'm panicking. I see the big fucking box of millipedes up there. 420? I don't think it's 420. No, it's not. It's not 420. 360. For the Xbox 360. 6. No, it's not that either. It's not that either. What do I do? What do I do? My date of birth? I don't want to dox myself. Ask Cortana. I wish Cortana was here. I wish Cortana was here. You're gonna have to stay just like this, guys. I think I'm gonna have to finish this stupid fucking game. This is the worst game in the entire world. Holy shit. Fuck. Okay. I'm tired. All right. Quick, while he's gone, somebody Google what my partner's name is. While he's gone, somebody Google my partner's name. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this without somebody Googling it. I've already lost so much time. I've already wasted so much time. Steven Singh? Time. Whoa!
Give me the key now.
Steven Singh? You're insanely single, Graham. Thank you for noticing that I'm a very eligible bachelor. Okay. Steven Singh! Husband and... Oh, it just tells you. Husband and father murdered by partner's obsession. Okay. Listen, guys, I'm not thinking straight. I'm panicking right now. I'm fucking panicking. I'm in a Jigsaw death trap. I'm trying to make small talk with Jigsaw. I'm talking to him like this is the fucking Joe Rogan podcast. My battery's going low on my headphone. I'm not going to be able to continue the stream much longer. How long have I been streaming? Only 3.5 hours? I guess that's longer than I've ever done the live action streams, the other IRL streams. What happens? What happens if fuck, what happens if my headphones die? I didn't plan on this. You want to play a game? I don't want to play. I'd rather play any other game besides this. You'll be kept here until you can complete the game. Graham's gonna have to get comfortable. Dude, if my headphone dies, I can't talk to anybody, I can't hear the game. Ooh, almost walked into that trap again. There it is. Okay. We gotta get Jigsaw's next clue. Figure will come get the earbuds and put the timer on pause. Maybe he'll be nice enough. Maybe when he does that, I can jump out and I can try to make an escape. I mean, he is only 10 inches tall. And as a Gibbon, I'm 18 to 24 inches tall. About twice the height of him. Streamer stares into death and saw bit gone wrong. What if Jigsaw has been watching this whole time? Graham has been trying and knows what Graham's been trying. There's no way. There's no way he's been watching. When he gets back, I'm gonna have to ask him to... When he gets back, I'm gonna have to ask him to, give me... Seek Sanctuary. I'm gonna have to ask him to give me the another head bud, so that I can keep doing this game. Jigsaw has been too busy browsing buystreetcred.ru to notice Grams. This is serious! This is serious! We gotta fucking beat this game, and we gotta get the hell out of here, guys. I don't think you guys are taking this seriously. Alright, alright, alright. We got the fuse. We got the fuse, we got the fuse. Install the fuse. Press the button, and then I get a stupid guy that's gonna attack me. I'm gonna cheese him with the punches. My headphones are fucking dying. Okay. Nothing. Door sealed. There has to be something in this room. There has to be something in this room. There's a little peephole. 838. Alright, we got the key. We got the key. Oh, go, go, go! No! Fuck. All right, we know the key, though. We know the key. We know the key. We can get the hell out of here, Baron. We can get the hell out of here. Eight, 3, 8. Bolted from the other side. I need the key. I'm guessing I have to kill the guy to get the key. That's the fuse. So we got the fuse. We need the key. We need the key. We need the key. Open this. A. Okay. Search the desk. Battery low once again. I'm hearing it. You guys can't hear it. We got the button. We're gonna cheese this guy. Come on. Bop, 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 bop. Get up! Found nothing. 838. Do I have to do this? Okay. I suck so bad. Ah! was just health! No, I'm gonna die! Close the door! Oh. I guess we were safe. We just had plenty of time. Try your lock again. Maybe 838 is the code? Ah, my posture. I'm not a very flexible guy, if you couldn't tell. No. No, 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 no. Are you not allowed out of the boiler room until you complete the game? I'm kidnapped. I'm literally chained up and kidnapped. Excuse my tone, but of course I'm not. I've been kidnapped by Jigsaw. Oh, my back hurts. My posture's really fucking... if I make it out of this, I'm gonna be hunched over for 2 days. What did that say? You ended his life? You should marry his wife?
Two officers are down at 213 Stygian Street. You must hurry.
Help has been dispatched. Sir, are you with the officers right now?
Detective Singh has been shot. I don't think he...
First you took his father, will you take his mother next? Ay, ay, ay.
Nothing he can't handle. He should have called...
Detective David Tapp, lead officer in the Jigsaw killer case, resigned yesterday due to unknown circumstances. The shooting death of his partner earlier this week, Stephen Singh, is a factor. Tapp was a fine officer. Mark Hoffman, similarly decorated, will be taking over the lead position. You ended his life. Who saved yours? Spouse of deceased Stephen Singh, complaint of wrongful death.
This is Elizabeth Harris, your son Franklin's school counselor at Morgan Elementary. Franklin's
Just try all those. Man, I can't try those, man. I can't just keep trying all the codes, man.
come in for a conference to discuss Franklin's home.
I have to finish this game. I'm under such a limited time crunch, man. How far am I into the game? Ah! What? What a odd jump scare. Look at the true destroyer? Is that what that says?
You think of my subjects as victims, but what about those who suffer at the hands of your choices?
Okay.
How many lives?
Oh, my headphone just died! Jigsaw!
The life of your partner, his wife,
Jigsaw!
child. How many more before
My headphone died!
the price of your selfish decisions? To find the key, you must look inside the shattered souls that you've destroyed.
What are you doing, Jigsaw? Okay. Okay. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Okay. Jigsaw just walked into the room, and he handed me another. Headphone. Can everyone still hear? There's a lot left to the game. Ay, ay, ay. We're gonna need to start picking up those speed run tactics, man. We're gonna need those speed run tactics. We're gonna have to figure out. Is there a way to bunny hop? I don't think there's any way to bunny hop. That would save me a lot of time. Health hypo. Oh, I found the coupler. All right, we got the coupler. We got the coupler. Man, Jigsaw came prepared. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from him. Jigsaw really is a master of his craft.
Truth will overcome. It's all part of the game, detective. This is the end.
All right, so I have the coupler. Where was the circuit breaker? Where's the circuit breaker that this goes to? There. Okay. Ah, it's really long! Oh, there's a second piece down here. Okay. All right. That's good. That's
Tom
good. That's
Knudsen.
good. Fuck.
You have ignored your wife to focus on your literary career. This time, you're the one who's been written into a corner.
Jigsaw?
Around this room are pages of your poorly selling novels. Wait. You're not Tom Knudsen.
No, you're this is GrammTheGibbon.
What's up, chat? We're back with another episode of Jigsaw's Death Game. In here we've got GrammTheGibbon. He's being punished for looking at Gibbon videos too much, and also like being on stream or his phone or something. So he's got 4 more hours to beat this game. Otherwise, 10,000 venomous millipedes are going to drain into the room.
Did that guy have something on his body? Nothing.
You would watch a VTuber of Jigsaw?
The angel?
Good. Maybe that's something we look, you know, we could put the money from the stream into that. This guy carries all of his passwords in his wallet, so we have access. We could spend all of his money on a Jigsaw VTuber rig.
Could you, like, not do that? I think it's a very, VTube models are really expensive,
Okay,
you know
chat.
that?
Which VTuber artists are, the best? We're going for quality here.
I don't think, oh man. Are you a big VTube guy, Jigsaw?
Well, I just don't like appearing on webcam.
Oh,
There's
is
a
that it?
problem, like, I can't appear. The actors are on strike right now. If I were to appear, like visually, like in a webcam footage,
Right.
I would get fined.
You can't be on camera at all.
Right.
I thought it was just being like on film, recording movies and stuff.
No, I can't promote any movies, which is what I'd be doing. So I just, I'm doing this. We're pivoting to live streaming because of the actor strike. And I'm taking over your channel unless you can find the way out of this game.
Well, it does look like you've thought of everything. Have you had a lot of issues in the past of people getting put into your traps and then not doing what you asked them to?
All the time. I would say at least 60% of the people in the trap just panic so hard they almost immediately die.
Have you ever had the opposite? Have you ever
I can
had?
guarantee that's what would happen to you.
I don't think I'd panic. I think I'd be able to do it.
Oh yeah, like you're about to beat the next 6 hours of this game in 4?
Listen, have you ever had anybody give you the opposite issue? Where somebody sat down, they were really cool, they were really calm, collected, they were able to solve the
I shouldn't
jigsaw
be saying.
puzzle. You shouldn't be
I
saying
shouldn't
that?
be saying. No, I shouldn't be. I should not answer that. But I
should not
really
answer.
want to because it's a really great question.
I see.
Because there's a name I think of when you say that. And I can't say the name. Like,
is there a reason?
It's out of context. It sounds so bad.
Well, you have an opportunity. You have the ability right now to give context.
Well,
If you want to say it and tell the
so this
story
was
of it,
just off the first movie,
right?
and I want to place my words here so they're very correct.
Right.
You're the reason I'm here. Nice try. Nice try.
No,
You want us both dead, do you?
I was at a party
Okay.
hosted by Mark Ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo, the Hulk?
Yeah, this was before he was the Hulk. This was 2004.
Okay. So you're at this party.
He is, he's having a party. Collateral has just come out. I'm there with Jada Plinkett Smith. We're seeing each other at the sign. And I run into fucking Tom Cruise.
No way,
And
Tom Cruise?
he's just done Collateral, which is him playing against type. He's playing a villain. He's such an interesting character. He's completely confident in himself. He exudes confidence.
Right.
And he tells me, it's later in the party. The rest of the house is a bacchanalia of Santa. But Tom Cruise has me in basically a corner booth in a restaurant in Mark Ruffalo's basement. Like, it's like the corner booth of a restaurant. And he's crowding me in there. He's crowding me. He's really like leaning over me. And he is demanding that I put him in a saw trap. And this is nothing, I'm not holding him to this. This is not admissible in court. He said he'd fucking kill me right then and there if I didn't put him into a trap.
Tom Cruise, you're saying Tom Cruise
So I said,
cornered you?
give me a week. And he said, you have 3 days. And when you're like a little puppet guy, that's big. He's like huge. He's like, Tom Cruise is huge for a little puppet guy. I know the thing is that he's shorter in person, but like, he's like a big guy. He's not a little puppet. He could break me in half. We actually built this train. Even though we didn't have to, because it's a movie, or a video bomb. But yeah, Tom Cruise, he could get out. He gets out. So I wanted it so that when you did that, You had to go back to the part where you shoot that guy with a gun.
Can we go back? Can we talk about Tom Cruise? That's something that I would not expect from Tom Cruise. I wouldn't expect he would say that. I wouldn't expect he'd do something like that. So what happened? He gave you 3 days, and what happened from
He
there?
blooding it.
Repeat that. I'm sorry.
Well, I put him in a fucking contraption. When Tom Cruise threatens you like that, he's like the guy in town that could get away with it. He could kill anyone, no problem. And it would get covered up. So I built kind of a very complex death game. Involving a lot of other people. And he won that shit no problem. There wasn't even a moment of fear. This game would be nothing to him.
So when you got to Hollywood,
But that was
When
how
you
we
got-
got Sawtooth greenlit.
so
So we actually built this. I was in France at the time with Woody Harrelson, Hugh Jackman, and will you believe it? Willem Dafoe was there. It was Willem Dafoe's house in France. And
wow.
I described the concept to them. We had been off a few bottles of the that French young red, you know. It was so sweet, but very high in alcohol content, but you could just drink it like water. So,
No.
we got a few car batteries out of the cars they had. Got a few air compressors. And we knocked this out one Labor Day weekend.
You just leave me alone.
Just take it easy, okay?
Had to fly back to the States. I think Willem Dafoe was filming Spider-Man.
I wish I were dead. Anything would be better than this. I can't.
We were welcome to stay in his house, but honestly, we were eager to get back to work too.
Change what happened.
could have taken his place, I would have. I wish I was the one in the ground.
So, coming to Hollywood, getting popular so fast, kind of just being thrust into the deep end of meeting all these celebrities, meeting all these kind of, you know, stars of cinema, these larger than life personalities. Was there any specific encounter that you remember that just sticks in your mind in those early days of just being thrust into the limelight? Is there someone you remember, some encounter that's just so memorable to you?
Well, that would be the time I met Jack Nicholson.
I'm sorry, David. You deserve this. He said if I made it this far, I could choose to leave. I'm leaving. And I am...
Okay, so,
I'm not sorry. Goodbye.
So you meet Jack Nicholson. What about that encounter with Jack Nicholson stood out to you so much that you remember it so much time after?
We were at a place, you're at this place called, Ouija's.
Right.
And, they had, picture of old-fashioned money.
A picture of what? I'm sorry?
Picture of old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned.
So it was like an old-fashioned, but a picture full.
Right, right.
We had been through about 3 of those. We're hanging out with, well, I'm not one to tell, but Jack Nicholson threw me out a second-story window that night.
Whoa! I did not see that coming at all. What led up to that?
Well, Jack, he has a bit of a habit.
Ah.
And he, you know, he doesn't know his own strength. I think he thought I would bounce off the glass. Because I was showing him all the different traps I've been designing. Because he was into designing sort of death games. And we were always running shit by each other. We had been in contact like every week for the past few years.
Wow, I didn't realize that he was into running death games. Is that something that he was into before you met him, or is that
he never
something
ran
that
them. He never even attended them. It was just like he just
fascination
thought about death games constantly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and beyond even a fascination, just an expertise. He's really an entirely unfounded talent. And it is a great degree of talent. I promised I would never get into the specifics of what happened that night. But let us say I am proud to have been thrown out of a window by Jack Nicholson.
So, wow. I mean, going back to what you just said a moment ago, I never thought Jack Nicholson would be somebody that was into death games. You said that he never actually ran any. Had you ever tried to get him into some? You ever tried to include him and
Oh, I invited him all the time. Once I realized how his genuine knack for it, I tried to get him into the game. But every year he rebukes me.
Detective Tap, I offer you a choice. Stay with him, forgive him, and you both can help each other survive. Leave him, and you will never see him again.
so what kind of prevented you from ever linking up and really doing those death traps? Was it a scheduling issue? What?
If he didn't want to.
He didn't want to. Okay, it was more of a, he had more of a theoretical fascination. He never wanted to. Go ahead.
Yeah, entirely theoretical.
Fuck me.
Oh, see, they wanted that one removed. Because it just comes after a long section of nothing, with no hint. But that's how I do it.
Melissa, should you survive the test I placed before Detective Tap, I offer you a choice. Stay with him, forgive him, and you both can help each other survive. Leave him, and you will never see him again. I leave that to you.
So talking a little bit earlier, you have said that we did bring up the Muppets. We did bring up the Muppets. Have you actually met the Muppets, spoke to the Muppets before?
No,
You haven't?
I don't have any Muppet stories.
Okay. Are there any kind of those
See,
legendary?
this part of the game, they wanted to have, like, that message about Melissa, choosing to, like, run away from you and try to save herself, or maybe to spite and kill you. Lead directly to her death scene, and I said no. There needs to be a section where you're evading traps and also punching guys.
So you don't have any Muppet stories, but I mean, just looking at kind of the great puppet actors, the great kind of toy doll actors are fuck! I forgot about the trap.
See, I also advocated they put the checkpoint so far back.
So are there any like legendary puppet doll toy actors, you know, that you have met? You obviously spoke a little bit earlier about your familiarity with Annabelle, the wonderful actress Annabelle. And are there any others that you've come to know? Maybe some literary, some like big hard hitting writer puppets. I know R.L. Stine, famously a ventriloquist dummy. Maybe the toys from Toy Soldier.
I mostly hang out with human actors and actresses.
I see. Okay, fuck. Ah, fuck me.
What's that? Is someone there?
Good job.
What's that? Is someone there? What's that? Is someone
Has there been anybody that you've come to know in your time in Hollywood that has just kind of proven themselves to be just a close friend, someone that you can depend on, someone that you're always able to maybe run ideas by or speak to, just someone that you've bonded with closely since you've been in Hollywood?
Well, besides Jim Nicholson, did you know the world record speed run for this game is 56 minutes and 38 seconds?
Is it really? I didn't know
Yes.
that.
All I want is out of this place.
I've been to some crazy parties.
Fuck me!
See, okay, so they wanted you to respawn at the bottom of the stairs here.
Oh no,
But I
fucking
said,
way.
no, it should be all the way back here.
No.
So you have to remember the previous trap and then also that you have to punch through the wall.
Is there a reason that you decided when you were working with the team to make this game that you were gonna put the checkpoints so far apart? Is there a specific reason for that?
Well, a lot of this stuff was taught to you earlier in the game. But
Right.
has like no reason to come back up other than that I'm trying to kill you, and I am. And, in my study of video games, games generally have mechanics, correct?
Correct. Games do have mechanics.
So I thought my game needs mechanics. So what if one of the mechanics is that you're constantly stressed because you're gonna have to do the whole combat section again?
I need out.
I think it works in a lot of games. And I thought, why not in Saw?
Ooh, I almost walked into that again. I forgot it was there.
Okay, chat. So this stream's gonna be a bit laid back because this guy's obviously not on pace to make it. He's probably gonna get eaten by 10,000 millipedes. So we can really, we can interact a lot, I'm watching chat.
Explosives around you will detonate when the timer reaches 0. Find the correct room before they detonate. One of these rooms contains the means to defuse the explosives. The solution to this puzzle relies on your point of view.
207.
It's another point of view one. I was really obsessed with these ones at the time. Because in a movie, you're always in one spot, right?
Right.
But like, in a game, you can be in multiple spots. You can have different perspectives. I was on, me and Will Ferrell were doing ayahuasca. This was in 2005. And we were talking about the importance of perspective. So we just, we've really refocused our centers,
Right.
I do have to say we were also drinking Michelob Ultra basically by the gallon instead of water.
So you mentioned ayahuasca. Have you experimented in any of these, any drugs or anything like that in the past? Have you, do you know MDMD?
Yeah, you name it, I've probably, at least tried it. It's just how the town is,
Are there any stories that you have of kind of doing these drugs, going out? Have you like traveled anywhere to do some things like that? I'm dead here.
All you gotta do is solve the right puzzle.
Oh man.
The explosives around you will detonate when the timer reaches 0. Find the correct room before they detonate.
That's 207.
These rooms contains the means to defuse the explosives.
207.
This puzzle relies on your point of view.
See, I want this section to test your detective skills. So I made a bunch of lockpicking mini games, hold and line. And you have to
Whoa, that's different than it was before.
solve
Why did it
a
get
bunch
so
of
hard?
puzzles.
Wow.
and you solve the puzzle in time.
Uh,
I've always had an interest in watchmaking, even before my interest in movies.
oh man.
How to make gears turn on other gears is really a core aspect of the Saw franchise, and I was so happy to finally include it in a video game.
Yeah, it's something that in the movies is kind of relegated to the background scenes. You don't really see a lot of the clockwork and the gear work. In the I'm dead here because you don't really see a
It's
lot of
such
the
a
gear work and the
shame.
clockwork. It's all relegated to the background. Is there something that you wish that you could show more of? Did you ever wish that you could show maybe more of the actual building of the traps, or more of the maybe capturing people and stalking them and figuring out where they live and what they've done wrong? Is there anything that gets kind of left on the cutting room floor?
No,
'Cause
no, just mainly this part. I have to keep trade secrets.
right. What the
Like-
fuck? This one was so easy 2 seconds ago.
You don't broadcast the preparation. I mean, I could always do an in the making of documentary, and like when I'm much older, I might do that. But like, not right now, man. I got shit I have to do, and people can't know how I do it.
I have noticed that you keep a lot of these things just very close to your chest.
Ice Rook. There is no other way to escape. There is a hacksaw behind the water heater he could use to cut his limbs off.
I don't think we want to go
I
down
think he's
that,
gonna be
that
distracted
way
enough by the
specific.
game.
I don't think that's one that we want to go down just yet. I think we have other alternatives to explore before thinking about that.
Like, I never get to include this part in the movies, but this is half of the Saw traps. Half of the time, it's just a room full of bombs and a puzzle box.
Is there a reason that these don't make it into the movies? Are they,
Yeah, studio doesn't like them.
I see.
Directors won't write movies for this. Writers won't write movies like this.
Is there a movie that you just absolutely adore, that you love, that you would say is maybe even a big inspiration on yourself, or maybe your movie making endeavor?
I would say Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
I see. Okay.
I think there's a very Willy Wonka-esque aspect to what I'm doing.
Definitely, I think in the eccentricity of it, the execution of it, maybe. And I think a lot of people would say, you know, Willy Wonka. Where would he be if he didn't have his iconic Oompa Loompas? And I believe a lot of people would say that you know, in a way, you sort of have your Oompa Loompas. You know, you have David Hoffman, you have that woman that was an addict.
Yeah, Aubrey loves her.
Awesome character.
That's her name, right?
I'm not sure.
In the real stuff, I don't need any of those.
So in
Those
real
are
life,
those people are characters added for the movie.
added for drama and suspense. So you don't actually have any helpers. You don't actually have any
No.
people that you rely on. You do all of this by yourself?
It's a solo operation, always has been.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible that you've been able to. So without without help, on this endeavor that you pursue, how do you capture people and put them in your traps?
Not important.
Well, I think it's just something that everybody would love to know, right? I think it's just something that everybody would love to kind of hear and find out.
Like I said, if you want to know that, you're gonna have to wait a few decades.
Okay.
Because it's gonna really surprise some people. But yes, it really all is just one puppet. Wow, so they didn't want this section to be RNG. They wanted the box to be the same every time.
Right.
And I said, no, that's not Saw, that's not Jigsaw, that's not authentically me. So I made them change it.
So you
Because
made
you
them
should feel
change
the
it.
suspense of running it the first time, every time.
Right. So it seems like it's
Like
between.
no matter how many times these bombs explode.
I see. It does seem
You
like
should-
it is
You should
between.
want to have hope and you should want to have despair.
That's something that you've been trying to capture with your work. That feeling of hope and despair.
It's
Is
all
there a
about the
reason
hope despair balance.
Is there a reason that the RNG trap goes between one of the easiest puzzles in the world to solve to this impossible one?
I didn't want the player to get relaxed. I wanted them to feel Detective Tapp's just stress on like a more than physical level. I wanted
Right.
them every time they respawned to feel like they could either have hope or despair. And it's your choice what to have, just like you have a choice in life.
To defuse the explosives, the solution to this puzzle relies relies on your point of view.
Okay, we got the easy one.
See, now if you chose to have hope, it's beautiful.
You couldn't protect anyone from this. I don't know why it worked that time, and none of the other times I've solved it.
Ward piece. Find the other pieces in the Oak Ward to save life. This is just the beginning. How does it feel to be judged?
So,
See, your sin was judging me
right.
as Detective
Isn't that-
Tap.
Isn't that something that you do constantly and all the time?
You were
and
thinking...
Isn't that the kind of main motivation
Yeah.
behind all these traps?
No. No, I'm trying to help people through their problems.
But you're kind of judging them, and you're kind of like saying that they do have a problem when you do that.
Well, I mean, I'm not the arbiter of who has problems.
But you are the arbiter of putting people in traps. A lot of your critics and detractors, Jigsaw, they kind of point to the movies and they say that.
See, there's a big dude with a big bat. You just gotta beat your shit up.
They kind of point to the movies and they say that
Because you judged Jigsaw. Wow.
A lot of your detractors point to the movies and they say that you have an over reliance on flashbacks and retcons, like going back through and establishing things that were obviously not the original intention, but your critics would say
you can
are kind of
craft in this
shoehorned.
game.
I think we should
You just got a
continue talking
crafting
about
recipe.
can craft in this game. But I do think we should talk about that. I do think that is something that a lot of people have kind of mentioned as a criticism of the Saw movies, is you kind of put these plot twists in where, oh, this character has actually been working for Jigsaw all along, and that's something that you kind of do in almost every single movie. What do you have to say to...
Because so many times you find out in life that people you think are good are actually serving the devil, right? Like, you know, I've been betrayed by hundreds of people. I've been betrayed by the Jenner family. I've been betrayed by the Kennedys. I've been betrayed by... Oh my God. I was betrayed by a descendant of Elvis. I get betrayed so often that naturally the theme of it comes up in my art.
I can't help but be completely shocked by you saying that. You say that you were betrayed by the Jenner family. I know that was kind of a well-documented incident. It even went to court, if I'm remembering the incident correctly. Can you give a quick kind of recount on
The outcomes.
What was that?
Settled out of. There's an NDA.
Okay. But I do know that I do
What
know
I
that
can
there was
talk about. What I can talk about. Christopher Nolan was off the back of Dark Knight.
Right. Wonderful movie.
Supposed to direct a Saw movie. She had agreed to it. You'd taken payment. And then in emails he started responding, "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that." She constantly said that no such agreement was made, no money was transferred, and we paid him $50,000 for this movie.
Wow.
And $50 million. And he tried to keep that money. He said he never had it. He said it. There was no such agreement. He called the police to have me removed from his property. And the thing about him is that he's so... it would just have been more expensive to sue him. That's where most of the money from Saw 3 went.
Is
the rumors true that Wes Anderson picked up the next Saw movie when the Nolan deal fell through? No, not at all.
Is that someone you've ever considered working with,
Nolan.
Wes Anderson? He definitely has a very specific style, very stylistic kind of director.
I think Wes Anderson and I make very similar movies. And I see too much of my movies in his movies when I watch them. And I can't lie, it does make me upset. Because I can't tell if he's copying me intentionally or if this is just part of the culture that I've channeled through my art.
Have you ever butted heads with Wes Anderson before?
No, I've never met Wes Anderson.
Okay. This is just something that kind of has been just on your mind. Is
yeah,
stylistically...
we just don't run in the same circles, you know?
Right. Oh, man. If you just excuse me for just a moment, I'm just...
Our Lord Raven, we are broadcasting the trial of GrammTheGibbon. She currently has 3 hours left to beat this game. Otherwise, 10,000 venomous millipedes will enter the room and consume him. They've been starved for 24 hours, guys.
Man, I am in a lot of pain right now from just sitting on the floor. I really suck.
Can you squat?
Now, I just want to set some ground rules. You can't attempt to help him figure out the code. Do not try and guess the code.
I would never guess the code. I think that's kind of a big kind of breach of your trust, as well as just kind of very unfair and not the point of the game, you know? I think that would be definitely something that would be completely unearned.
That guy failed his test because he couldn't be there for a kid's birthday.
Helped you, right? Helped you spread your message or whatever. So will you let me go?
I'm afraid I cannot do that. Do you remember Detective Tapp?
Yeah, the cop that couldn't catch you. Killed his partner.
You insinuated that we were the same.
Oh, man.
I believe that credit should be given where credit is due. You ruined the man's life with your constant insinuations. Words are powerful, Oswald, but so are...
See, I kind of wanted a story where Tapp was a badass guy and beat the fuck out of guys with his fists and, like, killed dudes. I didn't like the tragic character of Tapp from the movies. I thought he always should have been a more formidable opponent. Like, I want Tapp to be fucking people up. What did I even do to that guy? I think the marbling guys just did that one. So I colored this level pink because when we think of pink, it's like, oh, that's cute. But here it's actually full of crazy guys punching each other. I like the contrast. I like to use contrast.
Contrast, just another way that your filmmaking is very similar to that of Wes Anderson's. So, if I can go back and kind of bring up something, from the past, you did very publicized court case from a few years ago. The hit and run court case, where you allegedly,
I'm not going to talk about that.
Well, I'm not really curious because that did settle out of court. So I think the matter itself is done. But I just want to know, how did the kind of the weight of that very high profile trial kind of affect you and affect your art?
That definitely did cause a big influence on the character of the reporter in this game. He is based. He's kind of like an amalgamation of reporters. He's telling vile rumors about Detective Tapp that ruin his life and prevent him from catching the villain, right?
Right.
Oh, yes, I love these meat-pushing segments. Did you ever play the game Traffic Jam? The board game Traffic Jam. I loved that game, and I wanted to have a send-up to it in this game.
No, I can't say I've ever played
Because, like,
Traffic
before I
Jam.
was a gamer, I used to... Like, my grandmother had this game, and it was a bunch of little plastic cars on a plastic grid, and you had to move them out of the way and stuff. So that game was kind of like a send-up to that. You were asking about Easter eggs earlier. That was a Traffic Jam Easter egg. Did you keep the flashlight from earlier?
Yeah, I have the flashlight.
See, I wanted to put all these mannequins in sexy underwear. Originally, they were supposed to have nipples.
Is revealed when we cast light upon it. Secrets fester in the dark. This is a trial of your pain as well as his. Slander.
Yeah, so originally this puzzle was way harder, so we've removed it entirely.
What made you put it? So you removed it entirely. What was here beforehand? Before you replaced it with that?
Well, you did that thing with the lights, and then you had to stand in a place and look at the number where the guy was pointing, but instead we just
Right.
added a cutscene.
I see, and then just kind of told you.
There was no
what,
way.
I see. There was.
People who played this far in the game were not fit to do that.
Fuck! Fuck me. Were there any big changes made to the game for the sake of ease of access, for the sake of
No.
no? Okay. Okay.
Look at that rat. I modeled that rat over a weekend at Firaxis Games in 2006, early 2006. So this was just before the game shipped, so we were, it was one of the last things we managed to fit into the game, that rat. It was me and Sid Meier's, and we were drinking some of this brandy he had in his office, because he was like a classic boss guy. He always had a bottle of liquor. So we were on maybe 6 or 7 brandy doubles, and we just got to modeling this rat, because he was showing me what his animation department was using. So, yeah, we knocked that out in a few hours on one wonderful Labor Day weekend. Don't cry.
I'm sorry. I'm just I'm in a lot of pain, and this game is just really long, and I'm very confused.
Well, see, there, down with your confusion. We wrote a puzzle on the mirror so you would know it's a puzzle. I'm really proud of that decision. That was actually influenced by a conversation I had with Gabe Newell back in 2005 when this game was first in development. We were basically talking about making stuff clear to the player, and he says, "You want to play a player to pay attention to it? You gotta light it up. You gotta have a light on it." So we made this room all lit up. We put a mirror in so you can reflect on what you're doing, and then we wrote a puzzle on it. It's a puzzle. But what?
So we were speaking a little bit earlier about your political activism. You didn't even call it political. You were just saying activism. Oh, that's. What does that mean? Something turned on.
Well, that might be the millipedes waking up.
How much time do I have?
You have 3 hours.
Holy shit, is that really loud?
No. Kind of. Not really loud. Well, this is all part of what you get with Jigsaw's Death Games. We're not recording these in the Ritz-Carlton.
So...
See, that guy's got bear trap on his hands.
Whoa, what happened? It's loud? So... Fuck me. What? Why did it send me back so far?
Well, they wanted it to just be before you found the guy with the fists, right?
Right.
I said no, it should go back further.
I see. So we were talking about your activism, the way that you stay kind of active in the community, trying to influence policy. Let's play a. I mean, I'm playing a game with you. Why don't you play a game with me? Let's say that you were made, elected, voted in as president of the United States. What would be your very first act as president?
Well, I'd hate to be president, you know. I would not. I'm the first to say I wouldn't be the best president. I love partying too much. And I could not live on the East Coast.
All right. Well, let's say
But if I was president, but if I
Right.
was president, but if I was president, you know, we wouldn't be having this division in our country. The country would be united. Everyone would.
What would you do to unite the country, Jigsaw? How would you solve the
Really
division in our
get everyone together on the mind level. Like everyone's loving life. Everyone's, you know, basically just thankful, you know. Because I think that's the problem in the country today. People just aren't thankful, you know? That's what Saw is all about. Saw is all about being thankful for your life.
So
Saw's
how
all
would you go about
love,
making everybody
loving life.
How would you go about making everybody thankful? Would you put the whole country in one big death trap? How would you go about that?
The way I see it, brother, everyone's already in a kind of Saw game. I'm just accelerating the process. Everyone's getting filtered by life.
So you haven't said any kind of policy changes or anything like that you would make. Is there anything kind of in this country that you'd change as well as, you know, healing the divide? Is there anything, any laws or something that you'd change?
I would make it so well, you know, I'd loosen some restrictions on small businesses. I think, you know, I worked a lot of time in a small business. Payless Shoes. A Payless Shoes franchise which I did not own. But I put my heart and soul into that store. And when I saw the store struggling because they had to keep up with new minimum wage stuff. This was in Alabama at the time. The wage was going from about $5 to $6.50. And, you know, that really just killed the store. So I would get rid of all this wage hoopla.
Oh, it's stopping. It's stopping. Did I progress enough into the level that the I'm safe from the millipedes for now?
Yeah, that was just the gas that wakes them
Oh,
up.
fuck. Oh, this is a trap that I almost walked into.
Good job.
So, the headphone... This headphone is dying.
Wait,
This
shit.
and this is already the backup. What
I
the
didn't put
fuck
a
is that?
vintage TV set in this room.
You're gonna kill me, aren't you?
Okay.
Jigsaw, should we-
I've got a contingency for this.
Okay. I don't have
There's
another headphone. We've already used the backup. You already walked in earlier and gave me the backup.
Info on the jigsaw. You tried to shut me down. Me. I'll back down for nobody. Never have, never will.
Unless the good detective doesn't hurry.
Well,
See how flexible you are.
I can give you the code and you can try your luck with the pig man.
The pig man?
There's a pig man outside the door.
Whoa! Okay, so... Fuck, I don't think I'm gonna be able to talk to you in 3 minutes.
Chat, do we give this guy the code and see him go against the pig man? Chat, do we want to see this guy fight the pig man?
Pigman, everyone's shouting for the pigman. Wait a minute, I don't want to fight a fucking pigman. Do I have to fight him?
Well, you can
Oh, I hear
try what I want. It's up to the pig man to react.
So... There's the chance... There's a chance that the pigman... just kills me outright as soon as I leave the door.
Well, the pig man's probably gonna be a few hallways away. You're gonna have seconds to build up momentum.
Okay, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time to build up momentum. Do I get a weapon or something? Come on, you gotta help me out here, man. You can't...
I mean, you can use the chain. Once you have it unlocked. Okay, yeah. I think the chat wants to see the pig man. You can go out swinging the chain. Okay, chat, don't tell him the code is 2009. The year this game came out.
This game came out in 2006. All right. Oh, man. This really hurts. All right. Okay. I'm gonna not be able to hear you guys in a second. Okay.
Okay, chat. Let's get some hype for him fighting the pig man.
Okay. Man. This hurts!
Chat, there's no way he'll survive the pig man. Chat, the pig man is going to bisect him. The pig man has a chainsaw. He doesn't know that part yet.
Oh! Oh! Okay. What about my hands and feet? What about my hands and feet?
You know, that might just be a wash.
Okay. I got a nice spin on it.
I don't think that.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready to get him. I'm ready to get him. All right. Ah, my foot!
Don't kick the monitor or the 360. Those are valuable.
Okay, okay. I'm in the hallway. I'm in the hallway. It's really dark in here.
Okay, guys. The pigman is hiding. The pigman has an axe and a chainsaw. So they can go for stealth or cower.
Okay. It's really dark in here. I hear something, I hear something, I hear something, fuck.
Steve, the rattling of the chains will alert the pigman. You can't read chat anymore.
Okay, okay, now.
There is only Jigsaw now. Let's see about getting that VTuber avatar.
Oh, fuck! Shut up. Shh.
I should have set up cameras in the hallways. Always next time. There's no
All right,
way to
Jigsaw.
escape the place we're in.
Jigsaw, I'm at a door. Where's the key?
Yeah?
I'm at a door. Where's the key? How do I get out of here?
The key? No, you need to enter a combination. The year.
The year what?
The year the Saw video game was released.
Okay. Oh, I hear something. Fuck. All right. Two. I got it. I got it. Oh no.
2000.
Oh, no.
And oh shit, chat, did you actually get it?
Okay. Jigsaw. I think I'm safe. Ah!
That didn't sound good. Well, would anyone else like to play a game? Okay, chat, who are we rating? Let's go. Okay, guys, get ready for the next Jigsaw stream. I will have kidnapped a new victim. I will have kidnapped a new victim. I will have kidnapped a new victim. Give a big Jigsaw welcome. Give a big Jigsaw welcome. Give a big Jigsaw welcome. Give a big Jigsaw. I'm just Jigsaw. I'm just Jigsaw. I'm just Jigsaw. I'm just Jigsaw. Never follow my other socials, Jigsaw on Instagram, my other socials, Saw official movie, my other socials, Saw official movie, my other socials, Saw official movie, my other socials, Saw official movie. Okay, guys, good night.
Okay, fuck. Bold, amigo, she was wearing a string bikini and butt naked, barely. In the water as